Hey dreamers, welcome to Dan Jones' Sleep Stories. It's time to wrap yourself up in a safe, cozy blanket of dreams as you close your eyes and relax asleep into slumberland while listening to this calming tale where you sleep fast, sleep well, and sleep all night. So as you listen to me and begin to drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift comfortably asleep more to the sound of my voice or the words that I use, or to the spaces between my words. And so as you comfortably drift asleep, you can let your eyes close and listen to this story in the background. And while you listen to this story and fall asleep, you can have a sense of relaxing in a bed, relaxing in the most comfortable bed you can imagine, relaxing and falling asleep in the most comfortable bed you can imagine. And as you drift asleep, you start to dream. And while you start to dream, you find yourself in a garden, and it's night time in this garden. And the deeper you drift and dream, the more awake you become in the garden. And the garden will be waking up at sunrise as you drift and dream. And you're standing in this garden on a moonlit night, and you can see perhaps some of those clouds up there near the moon. Maybe the occasional cloud crosses the moon, and you can notice what the stars look like and pick out which ones are the planets. And notice how there's a blue tinge to everything, with it being night time in this garden. You can feel a cool, comfortable breeze. You can notice the rustling of the leaves of the trees as that breeze blows. Notice how shadows dance on the ground in the moonlight. And there's a little pond in this garden, and you can find the pond and notice how the water ripples in the breeze, and how that rippling water catches the moonlight and twinkles. And you can see some of the fish in that pond, some just swimming in space, just staying where they are, others darting around, being able to breathe in the fresh air and notice that cooler air as it passes into your lungs, refreshes, rejuvenates, that healing, natural air in this garden that seems magical. And you know this garden isn't a typical garden because of that magic, because there's something otherworldly about it, something that makes it feel somehow special, enchanted, wonderful. Certain feeling of awe and enlightenment as you relax in this garden, noticing that moon slowly travelling across the sky. And if you really pay attention, you can notice the stars moving across the sky. And you can notice how those clouds move across the sky. How there's never anything that stays the same. Everything's always moving. And yet everything looks beautiful. There's beauty to the nature. And as you watch the sky and enjoy the garden, you know the sunrise will be coming soon. And something about this garden just helps you feel relaxed. And then after a while, you can notice that a part of the sky is beginning to change colour ever so slightly, from a dark blue to a tinge of orange or a tinge of red. And as time goes on, that gradually increases and gets brighter and brighter. And while that gets brighter, so you notice the moon fading, notice the stars fading, notice the nighttime fading, and the garden starts to take on some colour, from black and white and blue to shades of green, oranges, reds, to the most beautiful garden you've ever seen, with somewhere to sit in that garden. And as the sun rises, so the warmth starts creating a subtle mist in the garden. You can feel the warmth on your skin, just as you notice the breeze on your skin. And notice how, as the sun rises, somehow the smells of the flowers increases. And you can enjoy the smell of the flowers, finding some familiar that take you back to happy memories, while others are unfamiliar. And you can be curious about the unfamiliar ones that just make you feel calm and happy. And as the sun rises, you start exploring the garden. You explore the flowers, leaning down, smelling flowers, touching petals, stroking leaves, holding stems of plants, putting your hand in the water of the pond to feel that water, recognizing textures, being intensely curious about your surroundings. And you can notice a bench in this garden that's in just the right location for you. And you can sit on that bench. And you relax on that bench and notice how comfortable that bench is. That perhaps the comfort takes you by surprise. Perhaps it's more comfortable than you realized it was going to be. And as you relax comfortably on that bench in your own way, I don't know whether you decide to relax with your legs up or down or in some other position. But as you relax on that bench, your mind begins to wander as it gazes out over the garden, watching butterflies flying from flower to flower, watching life going on in that garden, perfectly content and happy. And the mind begins to wander, and as your mind wanders, so you start to drift into a pleasant daydream, into a pleasant reverie, where you enjoy some moments in your mind of deep relaxation. Something about being on that bench in that garden, in that surroundings, leads to you drifting into a deep meditative reverie, where you start to feel a connection with nature. You start to perceive this garden in a whole new way, as if you are one with the garden, rather than a visitor to the garden. And you have this sense of drifting out of your body, of floating above yourself, so that you can have a look at the garden, at your surroundings, and at your role and your part and your place in that garden, and how you are a part of nature, you're one with nature. And as you drift and float and dream and look around, you see a pedestal over in the corner. And you get curious about that pedestal. You notice on the pedestal is a sundial, and you decide you're going to have to go and explore that sundial because there's something unusual about it. And so you drift and float back inside yourself in that garden, and feeling deeply relaxed, feeling a wave of deep relaxation spread from your head, through your neck, your shoulders, down into your arms, all the way to your fingertips, down through your body, all the way down to the tips of your toes. A wave of relaxation helps to lift you comfortably from that bench. As you walk through the garden towards that pedestal, and you see that sundial, only you notice that the sundial is pointing in the wrong direction. And you feel a compulsion to turn the sundial round so it's facing the right way. And as you turn the sundial round to face the right way, so you hear movement, sound of stones sliding on stone and moving. And you look around you to find out what's going on and where. And you see the pond moving aside. That sundial was actually a switch, and the pond has moved aside. And you see where the pond was, that there's steps going down under this garden. So you decide with curiosity that you're going to follow those steps. And you walk down those steps deep under the garden. You follow those steps down deeper and deeper under the garden. And then they lead into a long tunnel and you feel a sense of curiosity and wonder and intrigue as you follow that tunnel. And you get a torch out to light the tunnel, to light your way. And you follow that tunnel, going deeper and deeper, further and further, hearing the echo of each footstep, feeling the coolness down here compared to at the surface where the sun was shining, feeling a breeze blowing through this tunnel. And you follow the tunnel and it comes out in a cave, in a vast cave with crystals hanging down from the ceiling, crystal stalactites and there's stalagmites pointing in every direction. And there's some water flowing through from above, allowing a few speckles of light to shine in, which bounce around from crystal to crystal, lighting up the cave. And you see a waterfall coming down from near where you've entered this cave, heading down to the foot of the cave. And you see a path, and you follow that path down to the foot of the cave, down the side near the waterfall, with curiosity, not knowing what you're going to discover in this cave, or why there's a secret entrance to this cave. And you walk through the cave, touching the crystal stalagmites and stalactites, noticing how smooth they are like glass. Hearing that running water and the crashing water from the waterfall, and feeling a little bit of spray from that water, some cool spray from the water, as you explore the cave, noticing how footsteps echo more down here, and what it feels like to be walking on the ground down here. Exploring deeper and deeper into the cave. And then you notice what looks like a panel and a door and a sign saying room of nothingness. And you get curious, you press the panel, the door slides open. And then the door closes behind you as you enter. And suddenly there's silence. You can no longer hear the sound of the water or any sounds from the cave. And even each footstep you take seems muffled, like whatever you're walking on just absorbs sound. And the walls of this room, in this cave, appear to just absorb sound so effectively that there's almost a total silence. And you start learning and having appreciation for the silence, learning about yourself in the silence. And as you explore the silence, explore this room of nothingness, this place where you discover yourself, your inner potential, your inner wisdom, your true self, how to optimize and get the most out of yourself. How to get to be who you want to be in life. Something about being in this room of nothingness with no distractions helps you learn about yourself on a deep level with comfort, calmness, relaxation, wonder, curiosity, peace. Learning about love, compassion. And after some time in this room of nothingness, it's almost like the room is teaching you something. And then as the room teaches you something, when it knows you're ready, and you don't know how it knows you're ready, but when you see this, you realize it somehow knew you were ready. You hear movement and you see something rising up from the ground. You see a pedestal rising up from the ground, and on that pedestal is a scroll. And you go over to that pedestal and you take the scroll. And you feel that scroll in your hands, and it feels a little bit more weighty than you expected. And as you pick that scroll up, you can smell the smell of that scroll. And you start to unroll the scroll, and it starts with the scroll of nothingness. And you have no idea what that means. And you open the scroll a bit more and read Once Upon a Time. And then as you're reading, it's almost like the letters and the words are forming at the same rate as you reading, as if somehow you're reading, but what you're reading is being created at the same time as reading it. And so you almost struggle to work out whether you're just saying things that are appearing on the page, and that's why they're appearing, or actually reading what's on the page, because the two things seem to be simultaneous. That the words you're saying are appearing at the speed you're saying them. So you have this feeling like you're reading it, and yet also this strange feeling like you're the one creating this story. Once upon a time. And you feel a sense of familiarity with this scroll, with this story that's appearing. And it's quite a weighty scroll, and you notice there's a lot of paper to it. And yet when you unwrap the scroll fast to look down the scroll, you see that it's empty. There's no writing on it at all. Whereas when you open it slowly, line by line, while reading, you see the scroll writing itself before your eyes at the rate that you're reading. And if you stop reading and just open the scroll, there's no writing. The writing only seems to appear if you're reading, and yet you can only read if there's writing, and the two things happen simultaneously. And you know that something about this story you're reading is teaching you something about you, but you don't know what, but you know that what it's teaching you isn't important to know consciously. What's important is to read the scroll. And so, with a sense of silence around you, with a sense of silence in the room, you read the scroll to yourself. Once upon a time, and you just read and internalize the meanings and know that the scroll is communicating with the deep part of you for your health, well-being, personal development, personal growth, inner wisdom, peace, love, and deep understanding. You just don't know consciously what the story means. You just read comfortably through that scroll in silence. And as you reach the end of the scroll, so positive change begins inside you without you knowing exactly what the change is. And you place that scroll back on the pedestal, and the pedestal seems to automatically lower back down into the ground and disappear. And the door to the room of nothingness opens, and you exit the room, hearing the sound of that running water again from the waterfall. And you begin to journey through this cave, still taking in the wonders of the cave, journeying through the cave, back to the tunnel. And then you really take your time journeying down the tunnel to enjoy the changes in the sound between being aware of the sound of the waterfall and the slight echoey to the cave and the sounds of the garden and the way the breeze feels on your face as you find your way back to the garden. And then you go back out of that entrance. You turn that sundial back to the wrong way. And that pond slides back into place, covering that entrance. And you go and sit on that bench, and you just find it so incredibly relaxing that your eyes close. You feel so peaceful, so calm, a sense of harmony. And you begin to drift comfortably and deeply asleep. So as you listen to me and begin to drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep quicker and deeper with the words that I use, or whether it'll be with the sound of my voice, or whether you'll fall asleep deeply and comfortably to the spaces between my words. And as you begin to fall asleep, so you can just listen to me in the background. And there was this man, he was out for a walk one day, and he was walking along a stream. And as he was walking, he was gazing around, taking in the environment, just allowing himself to comfortably relax. And this was no ordinary land. He looked around and he could see the way that the pink plants in the ground seemed to shimmer and turn to purple and then back to pink, depending on the way the light hit them, depending on the way the breeze blew them, depending on the way he saw them as he walked past. And he found the way that nature here did this fascinating. The same way that the leaves on the trees were green on one side and had a silver tint to the other side. And that would sometimes catch the light and make light sparkle and dance in the treetops. And the way these trees had unusually smooth bark. And he would enjoy going over and just touching that, and it would be as smooth as touching sanded wood. And he wandered along following the stream. He didn't have any real plans or anything, he just wanted to enjoy going for a walk. His husband had gone away for an adventure, seeking out some ancient ruins. And so while he was away, the man just wandered around and took some time for himself and enjoyed some peace and calm and quiet, while looking forward to the return of his husband. He was curious what he would be getting up to, whether he would find these ancient ruins he was looking for. And the man continued to walk along the edge of the stream, and he could hear, it was a very shallow stream, and he could hear the way it was trickling along and bubbling. With a light bubbling sound. And he sat down on the grass next to the stream, rested his feet in the water, could feel the way the water was running across his feet. And he could feel the warmth of the sun on his face as he rested himself back onto his hands, tilting his head up slightly towards that sun to feel that warmth on the face. And then after a while, he continued wandering, listening to the sounds around him, sounds of nature, sounds of different animals and birds flying. And as he continued walking, He came to the end of the stream. He came to the spring. There's a little pool of water at this spring, and he could see in the middle of the pool the way the water was bubbling up and bobbing in the centre. And he had a drink of this fresh spring water. He could smell that watery smell. And then he noticed something else. He noticed a bottle bobbing up and down in the centre of this pool of water. And he walked into the stream, curious what this was, and he walked over through the pool of water into the centre and saw that the bottle had some string tied around it. And the string had got caught holding the bottle in place. And the string had got caught because this bottle hadn't come from being just thrown in to this little pool of water. It had come from somewhere underground. The bottle had risen up from underground on this spring. And he took that bottle out the water, popped the top off, and took out some parchment. And on the parchment, he noticed some writing, and he recognized it as being his husband's writing, asking for help and giving a map. And he didn't know what was wrong, but he knew he had to help. And he realized that the first place on this map that he could see was where this spring was, and that it was saying that under the spring is a secret tunnel. He just had to follow that tunnel, and he could see the map was laid out showing from above, and then there was a bit showing this section, showing that he was going to have to dive down. He was going to have to open a hatch underneath where the string had got caught, hold his breath, dive down a little way under the water, where he would then pop up inside a tunnel. So he sealed that back in the bottle again, decided to keep the bottle on him so he could follow the map, and it was kept dry. He dived down, he opened a hatch, holding his breath. He could hear the bubbles of the spring around him. He swam through the entrance to the tunnel, swam for just a moment, and noticed that this tunnel he'd dropped into curved upwards quite quickly, and he followed that up and popped out into a dry tunnel. He climbed out the water into the tunnel. He could hear some dripping in the tunnel, hear the way it echoed. He noticed the slight coolness in the tunnel as he stood there wet, just having got out the water. and he saw that this tunnel was already lit by torches down both sides, as if it's regularly used and maintained. He wondered whether this was a tunnel that his husband had followed, perhaps seeking out the ancient ruins. So he started walking down that tunnel. You could hear the way his footsteps reverberated and echoed, wondering what help his husband needed. And after some time of walking, he came out in a vast cavern. And there were stalactites and stalagmites. And he saw that the torches continued to mark a path. So he followed those torches through this vast echoey cavern, and then back into another narrower tunnel. And he continued following this tunnel. Before coming out in another vast cavern, only this one was different. This one looked like it had been made, and in the middle of it, he could see a grand temple-looking building with the top of it all covered in gold, and gold down the sides, and a huge ornate bridge stretching over the cavern. And he walked over that ornate bridge and found himself at the entrance to this temple-like building. And the door was at least 10 times taller than he was, made of solid wood. He wondered whether he would even be able to move this door. It was so vast. He didn't want to knock because he was unsure what he would find. He felt this must just be ruins, but then someone had been lighting the way. He could see that the bridge had passed over what looked like a moat, and he wondered whether perhaps that moat is actually water that feeds the spring, and whether perhaps his husband had thrown the bottle with the note into that water, and then it just travelled down and round and popped out at the spring. And he went to push the door open, and he thought he was going to have to use a lot of strength. And yet when he leant on it and went to open it, it opened with ease, as if it was almost weightless. And it opened silently. And he crept inside and he closed that door carefully behind him. And he could see in the middle of this vast temple a giant dragon sleeping. He could see the dragon breathing. He could see the dragon's chest moving. could see little puffs of smoke coming out of its nostrils as it lay there breathing and sleeping. And the occasional twitch and movement of its legs, its tail, its wings. And he carried on walking as silently as he could around the inside of the temple, exploring. And he saw a room at the far side of this room. He didn't know what would be through that room, but he knew he was going to have to pass the dragon to get there. And so he crept carefully from one pillar to the next, keeping as calm as he could, being as quiet as he could. And when he arrived at the far side, he carefully opened the door and crept through the door. And as he did, he saw all of these people stood around, looking scared, and he could see his husband looking scared. And they're all being silent. And so he went over to his husband and he whispered, "What's wrong? What are you all doing in here? Just being so silent." And he whispered back, "Did you not see the giant dragon out there?" And he said, "Well, yes, of course I saw the dragon out there." And his husband said that when he sought out these ancient ruins, it turned out they weren't ruins at all. It's an active temple. And that for some time now, there's been this dragon living in this temple. And they've been terrified of this dragon. They've been keeping quiet to try not to draw attention to themselves, to try not to get harmed by the dragon. He explained that one day one of them thought he heard a noise and felt a bit scared. And then another one thought, "Yeah, I think I heard that too," and said, "I think I heard that noise as well." And then a few more thought, "Oh no, what's happening? What have you heard?" And then as they began to all feel a bit more scared, so noise increased. And then they saw this small dragon appear that was no bigger than they were. And it came running at them, breathing fire. And they screamed and they ran away. And as they did, it got larger and larger, and the larger it got, the more scared they got. And he said this was the point that he arrived. And he saw it, and he was terrified, and he quickly wrote a note, chucked it into the water, and then ran to join them, all these people, in this room where they've been quiet ever since. And the man thought about it and thought, I don't believe that. That's unusual. How could the dragon not be there, then be there, and very quickly grow this big? And then one of the people handed him an artifact which had symbols on it and drawings around it. And he looked at that with his husband. And together they worked out that something had got into the building at some point. Something had got into the temple. Some kind of a spirit. And the spirit isn't good or bad, but it feeds off of the emotions of those who are there. And so the more scared they were, and the more they believed in the fear they were seeing, the larger that fear got, and the more real to them that fear got, until it reached a point where, from their senses, they 100% believe that that fear is real, that that representation of the fear is a real thing. So the man knew now what to do. He told them all to sit down calmly. He asked them just to nod their head if they believed that this dragon was real, and they all, including his husband, nodded their head. They could see it with their own eyes. They could hear it with their own ears. They could feel the warmth of its breath. It had to be real. He then asked them to close their eyes, to focus on that dragon as a small little dragon on the floor, and to focus on that dragon looking different, to focus on that dragon having fluffy feathers instead of scales, meowing instead of growling, and to make it so that that representation of the dragon that they see in their mind's eye in front of them makes them laugh and think that is so ridiculous. It looks nothing like the dragon they had seen. He then asked them to make it smaller and smaller, and to watch it in their mind's eye, walking further and further away, and that the further it walked, the smaller it got. And the smaller it got, the further it walked. And the further it walked and the smaller it got, the more silly it became. And it didn't take him long to have them all giggling. And then after a while, he asked them to calmly open their eyes, to walk through to the other room, notice what they can see. And as they all walked through to the other room, they noticed there was no dragon there. There was just a playful kitten on the floor, playing with a twig, knocking it with its paw, chasing it, jumping on it, grabbing it with its paws and rolling on its back with it, kicking it off. It was just an incredibly playful kitten. And they instantly felt so calm and relaxed. and realised that whatever had happened, somehow this man had managed to make this thing go away. Only the spirit hadn't gone anywhere. It had just become a representation of how they now felt collectively. And the man and his husband were now finally happy to be able to go from this place. He knew his husband was safe, and the husband knew he was safe. And they were shown a quicker way out than the way that he came in. And they left and walked peacefully through the woods, relaxing, enjoying each other's company. As they walked back home. So as you listen to me with your eyes closed and you comfortably begin to drift off asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster with the sound of my voice, with the spaces between my words, or perhaps you'll fall asleep faster with the words that I use. And as you listen to me and drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell a story in the background. And you can have a sense of relaxing in a cave. Just a small cave. You can see outside the cave. You can see that the sun is setting over a valley, over a wide river. And yet you're just comfortably relaxing in the cave. You've got a little fire going for warmth and for something to make something to eat. You can see the way the light's dancing on the cave walls. And you can relax down in this cave to drift off to sleep for the night. And as you relax down and drift off asleep, so your attention can just be drawn to the way the light and shadows dance on the walls, drawing you into a comfortable, relaxing sleep. And then in the morning, waking up, feeling so comfortable, so relaxed and rested and refreshed, and stretching and then leaving that cave, about to go on a journey. And you walk down the hillside, you walk down into the valley, down towards that river. And you get down to the river and you get into your boat and start paddling down the river. And the river starts off smooth and calm. And you follow that river, you hear the sounds around you. The sounds of paddling along the river. Sounds of the water against the bottom of the boat. The sounds of birds and animals. You can see the way certain clouds pass across the sky. Notice the colour of the sky, the texture of the clouds, the feeling of the breeze on your face as you continue along this river. And then some way along the river, You notice how it splits into two, and as you approach that divide, you know you have to make a decision. Do you go left or right? And as you get closer, you decide to take one of those choices, and you turn down that path. You follow that route. And the river continues on calmly and relaxed as you continue rowing. Then after some time, you start noticing it's approaching the middle of the day. You need to take a moment to stop and have a break. So you guide your boat to the shore. Pull your boat onto the shore and sit down and have a lunch. You sit and relax, listening to the sound of the water flowing by, listening to the rustling of the trees behind you as the wind blows a breeze, feeling that breeze on your face, feeling the sun on your face as you relax. Taking a break before you continue your journey. And after a little while, you get back into your boat, back onto the river, and continue your journey down the river. And as the sun continues to pass across the sky, so you travel further and further. And then after some time, you decide that it's starting to get a bit later and that you need to set up a camp, and you'll continue your journey in the morning. And so you set up a tent, you set up your camp, and then go off into the forest to find some suitable wood to make a fire. And while you walk around in the forest, so you find something unusual. You find a tree that's wider than usual and taller than usual, and inside the tree is a door. And you decide your curiosity gets the better of you. You open the door and walk into that tree. And inside the tree is a spiral staircase. And so you take some time to slowly and carefully walk down that spiral staircase. Walking down that staircase deeper and deeper under the tree. And you notice how a certain silence sets in the further away from the surface you go. And you walk down deeper and deeper under the tree. And after some time walking down that spiral staircase, you find yourself at the bottom of the staircase, faced with a door. And so you open the door and you walk into the room. You start exploring in this room. And you notice that somehow there's light shining down into this room. And you explore in the room. And then you find a door at the back of that room, leading to another room. And off the back of that room is a door to some more stairs. And you follow those stairs down, even deeper underground. And you come out in a cavern with a river running through it. And you start walking along the edge of that river, curious where it'll lead. And you can smell the fresh water air. And you can feel a cool breeze that's flowing up off the river. And you can notice that somehow light is reflecting into this area. That the ceiling of this cavern seems to be reflective, almost like there's crystals embedded in it, and somehow the light reflects through the crystals, and bounces around and scatters, and lights up this cavern. And you follow that river, and you can hear the sound of the river flowing. And as you follow that river, so you notice it starts getting rougher and more chaotic. And the further you walk, the rougher and more chaotic that river gets. You notice there are boulders in the water, rocks in the water, and the water's flowing fast around those boulders and rocks, adding to the chaos. And the water goes from smoother and clear to frothy and white as it becomes more chaotic and faster flowing. And you keep following that river, curious where it's leading. And after some time following the river, you see a bridge. And it's a very narrow bridge, and it crosses the river. And so you very carefully walk to that bridge, and very carefully hold on, and pay your attention to crossing that bridge safely. And you carefully and safely cross over the river on that bridge to the other side. And then you carry on walking further down, walking even further down, until eventually you can see in the distance that the river you're following suddenly plummets down a waterfall. And it looks like there's a hole or a gap at the end that's covered with water. And so you walk all the way to the end, and you can feel the spray on your face as you walk to the end and see that the river that you were in above leads to a waterfall, and the river you are now in leads to a waterfall in the same location, where this river's waterfall joins the waterfall above. And you just see a wall of water in front of you. And you walk out on the ledge. You walk along the ledge to the edge of the waterfall so that you can see around the water. And you gaze out over this vast open plain with mountains in the distance, trees way off in the distance. You see a river curling and weaving its way through the plain. From this waterfall, way off into the distance, you see some animals drinking from the water. You see some herds of animals off in the distance. You see the way the sun's setting. And you sit here for a little while as you watch that sun set over this vast plain, just listening to the sound of the waterfall beside you. And as the sun sets, so you notice the moon rising in the sky, and the water that's weaving its way across the plain starts taking on a silvery, shimmery effect as the moonlight catches on the waves, on the water. You see the way the stars in the sky shimmer and twinkle, the odd shooting star. And you can see the way that the Milky Way arcs straight across overhead. And in this pitch black area where there's no light pollution, you notice how the Milky Way has a dusty look to it. And you watch as you admire the beauty of nature, as you admire the beauty of the sky, as you look down and admire the beauty of the land beneath you. Just seeing that weaving, shimmering, silver river stretching out into the distance. You decide that it would be too dark to easily walk back right now. So you find a safe spot to settle down and just sleep here for the night. And then in the morning, you awaken to the sun rising. You notice how that river is now taking on an orangey red look. You notice a mist rising up from the ground. You hear the constant sound of the waterfall. As you then start making your way back, and you walk back into the cavern, you walk your way back to that bridge. You cross over that bridge and carry on walking back along the edge of this underground river. And then you walk your way back up the steps, through one room, through another room, all the way back to that spiral staircase. And you walk up that spiral staircase, finding yourself back, exiting that tree. And you walk back through the trees, back to the river. And you find your way back to your boat, but you now know it's not sensible to keep following this river on this boat, because you now know this river is going to end with a waterfall, and that if it gets too rough near the end, you may not be able to tack across to the shore. You may not be able to get yourself to the shore before the waterfall, and you don't know how you can get down. So you decide to leave the boat, and for now just walk along the edge. Walk all the way to the waterfall, and have a look, and then make a decision for the next step. And so you spend the morning walking your way all the way to the waterfall. And when you reach the waterfall, you gaze out over that vast plain. And you look for a way of climbing down. And you can't see an easy way down. But you know that with you, for safety, you had a parachute. And so you put the parachute on your back. You run to the edge. You leap off the edge and pull the cord immediately, releasing your parachute. You fall, you catch the wind, you catch an updraft, and your descent slows, and you feel yourself floating above this vast plain. And you steer and direct yourself down into the plain. Floating slowly through the sky. Directing yourself all the way down to the ground. Landing on your feet, with the parachute landing a little way behind you. You take a little while to gather that parachute up, pack it all back away, and then you continue your journey, exploring nomadically through this landscape. And as evening sets in and you travel further along the edge of the river, so you decide to cut into the woodland, cut into the forest. So you head off in the direction of the forest. You cut into the forest, you set up a camp, and settle down for the night. And then the next day, you continued your journey again. And you walk back to that river, and you carry on following that river. and you follow that river all the way to a really small village. And you cross a bridge over to the village. You meet some people from this village. And before you make your journey, continuing this nomadic lifestyle, you decide to spend a night in comfort in this village. And you find somewhere to stay. And you settle down in a real bed, feeling the comfort of that real bed. The first real bed you've laid down in for a while. And so you comfortably relax down in that bed, close your eyes, and drift off asleep. So as you take a moment to close your eyes and begin to relax and fall asleep, I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster with the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be with each breath that you take, or perhaps just drifting comfortably asleep to the story as it plays out in the background. And so you can have a sense of sitting on a beach, and it's a warm, comfortable beach with golden sand, clear blue sea, and the sun setting in the distance over the ocean. And while you rest there, sitting on that sand, gazing out over the sea, you can hear the water lapping on the shore. And as the sun continues to set while the water laps gently on the shore, you can notice the way that the sunlight twinkles and reflects and sparkles on the surface of the water, adding some oranges and reds to that deep blue. And in the opposite direction to the sun, you can notice how the sky is beginning to go dark, almost like an inky darkness, and how as that sky is going dark, so you can notice the odd star in the sky, the odd planet coming into view while the sun sets. And while the sun sets, you can begin to feel tired and sleepy and relaxing down onto that sand, finding that there's something about the sound of waves rolling on the shore, something about the setting sun, the calming sound of birds as the birds calm down for the night. The sight of stars and planets appearing in the sky. And noticing that it's a moonless sky. So as the sun sets, so you can begin to notice the Milky Way coming more into view, stretching across the sky, looking almost dusty and mottled with stars, and noticing the odd meteor that seems to fizz across the sky as you gaze up and drift comfortably asleep. And while you drift comfortably asleep, so you start to dream. And as you start to dream, time seems to take on its own meaning. And you drift deeper into that dream, while in the background the sea gently lashes on the shore. The breeze gently tickles your face, and the sand still feels warm from the day's sun. And as morning begins to approach, so the sun starts rising again, and while the sun rises, it warms your face, and the birds begin to wake up. You can hear them more. And it's interesting the way that awareness shifts. And 1 minute you're unaware of the sea, of that lapping water on the shore, having been asleep. And then gradually your attention orients to the world around you. And you start to notice that sea that a moment ago you didn't notice. And you start to have that kind of coming around on that beach feeling. And as you awaken on that beach, you look forward to the day ahead. And you don't know what this day will bring. All you know is that you're going to enjoy the day and take an adventure. And so as the sun rises and darkness disappears, you begin to walk around on that sand, feeling the sand beneath your feet, hearing the sound of each footstep, noticing the difference in that sand as you walk towards the edge of the water, noticing that it goes from soft and powdery to having some water in it and becoming kind of squishy under your feet. Noticing that when you step on the sand, an area of clear sand, an area of the water runs away from it. And some light sand is beneath your foot, where dark, damp sand once was. And you notice how some slightly frothy seawater flows in over your feet, tickling your feet with the bubbles, before pulling back out to sea again. And you walk down to a boat. And you have to swim a little bit out to get into the boat. And it's your boat. It's what you came to this island in, to get some peace, have your sanctuary. your calmness. Your space and time. And on the boat, you begin to travel out to sea a little bit away from the shore, and the sound of the water at the shore calms down into the distance. And after a while of travelling out further into the sea, you can notice the island in the distance near the horizon. And you shut off the boat's motors and sit in the boat and just enjoy the silence, enjoying the silence of just the water lapping against the boat, the slight breeze on your face, the warmth of the sun. And then you can hear a loud splash, followed not long after by a powerful out-breath sound as you notice a humpback whale has surfaced near the boat. And you gaze over at the humpback whale, you go over to the edge of the boat, and you just take a moment to enjoy watching that humpback whale swimming gracefully near the boat. You notice the humpback whale turns slightly on its side, and you can see into its eye and notice it looking back at you. And you can feel its consciousness. You can feel its curiosity. You can feel a connection as you gaze into each other's eyes. Almost like there's an understanding somehow between you. And the humpback whale swims down under the boat and surfaces the other side of the boat. You notice the way the movement of the water happens while the whale swims, and the different sounds of that water. And you decide that you want to go in that water with the whale. You get into your scuba diving equipment. The whale is just waiting there, swimming around as if it wants you to go in the water. You get into your scuba diving equipment. You go to the back of your boat. You make sure your boat's anchored. You make sure you let someone know where you are, what you're up to. And you drop backwards off the boat into the water. And as you splash down on the water, you can feel that water around your body and instantly notice the weightlessness compared to when you're on the boat in all this scuba gear. you notice how you're bobbing up and down gently on the waves. And you can see the whale just a little way away from you. And now you're in the water. You notice that the whale has noticed you. And the whale is coming over towards you. And you feel a slight sense of excitement as that whale comes over to you and seems to reach out with a fin towards you. And you touch the fin and notice the solidity of that fin, the smoothness, the feeling of the fin. And only now you're in the water do you notice the true size of the whale and appreciate the size of the whale. And the whale turns to face the same direction as you, moves up close next to you, almost as if it's got you under one of its fins. And you hold on to its fin. You release some air from your jacket and begin to lower under the water. And as you lower under the water, so you can feel that water rising up around you, noticing that water as it rises up across your mask. Notice how the sound changes from the surface sounds to underwater sounds, and the sounds of bubbles as you breathe out deeper and more comfortably. And as you begin to go on a journey with that whale, and the whale seems to be taking good care of you. It seems hyper attentive, it seems to know how to look after you, but it seems to also want to take you somewhere and show you something. And so you hold on to that whale's fin. You do the odd kick with your feet, with your flippers on, just to help yourself keep up with that whale without having to hold on too hard. As the whale dives down deeper and deeper, and you know you're safe, you feel so calm and comfortable. You find that this feels like the most natural experience you could have, being at one with nature, being at one with this whale, exploring this underwater world. And while you dive down deeper with that whale, so you notice how the water begins to get darker and darker. It seemed totally clear, almost like glass at the surface. And yet, despite its clarity, the light can only penetrate so far. So the deeper you dive, the darker it gets. And you feel comfortable diving deeper with this whale. You don't yet know where the whale is taking you. You just have curiosity and excitement. You just wonder. And sound begins to disappear. Everything becomes really quiet. Apart from the occasional sound from the whale calling out. And the whale's movements seem so slow and graceful and yet you have this feeling like you're moving really fast. But the deeper you go, the harder it is to get perspective on how fast you're going. All you know is you're going deeper and deeper. And after a while of diving down deeper, you start to notice what looks like just a faint glow off in the distance. And it looks like glowing down on the seabed. And the seabed appears to be what you would assume is probably white sand, with what looks like tall rock faces jutting out of the sand, stretching high up into the ocean. And the rock faces are dark compared to that white sand. But deep down here, everything just has a blue tinge, a dark blue tinge. And the whale seems to be guiding you down towards whatever that light is. And as you dive down deeper and deeper with this whale, so you begin to notice that the structure, whatever this is, looks man-made. And yet it's all this way under the water. It looks kind of like a stepped pyramid. And you're curious, who could have built a stepped pyramid all this way under the water? And if it was built before this area was underwater, how many tens or hundreds of thousands of years ago was it built? Whatever the answer, it's curious. The whale takes you all the way to the entrance to this pyramid. And at the entrance is a path that has some sand over it, and yet it just looks like if you swept the path, it wouldn't take much to clear it and have a stone path going into the pyramid. And at the entrance to the pyramid, there's what looks like a candle or a torch on either side, with a flame in it, and yet it's deep underwater. So you don't know what's powering the flames, how the flames are managing to look like fire. They kind of look like fire, but they don't. They look like a curious kind of fire because they're underwater. And the whale stops near the pyramid, and you swim away from the whale and start to make your way into that pyramid. And as you enter the pyramid, you notice there's a door. And it's a huge stone door. You don't know how you're going to get through this door, or what will be on the other side. You don't even know whether you should explore this pyramid, but your curiosity gets the better of you. And so you look around in the entrance area for some kind of a switch, some kind of a way of opening this door. and you see a hole in the wall. And you don't know whether you should put your arm in or not, but you can't find any other switches. And you can't see into the hole. And so apprehensively, you put your arm into the hole and you find a lever. And you grasp that lever. You pull on that lever. And suddenly, you hear a loud noise and that stone door shifts upwards out the way. And as it does, so you get sucked into the pyramid with the water that you're in. And then just after you're sucked into the pyramid, the door starts closing again and shuts behind you, plunging you into darkness. And then you hear a loud noise as another door opens and the water starts draining away. And as that other door opens, so you notice light entering from under the door. And that stone door raises up, and the light gets brighter and the water gets shallower. And you find that this was a bit like an airlock. And yet you don't know who built it. Because if this was built while it was on land, hundreds of thousands of years ago, they wouldn't have needed to build an airlock like this. Because they would never have known it would last long enough to end up underwater, or that it would even end up underwater. There's no way they could know something like that. So you're curious, who built this temple? Who built this pyramid? And you walk out of the airlock section and into the pyramid and find a vast entrance chamber, and the water from the airlock section that's just drained out into the pyramid seems to be draining down channels in the bottom of the ground, flowing away somewhere. And you assume that somehow maybe it's channeling it back outside, but you don't know how that could happen. But none of this makes sense really anyway. You think if someone built this underwater like this, they probably know what they're doing. And as you walk into the pyramid, into this entrance chamber, you realize that flopping along with your fins on your feet, wearing your face mask and scuba gear, and feeling all heavy with the tank on your back, just isn't going to help you explore very well. You take the tank off your back and you take your scuba gear off. You're just in your wetsuit. And you leave it here next to the entrance. You don't know yet what the way out is, but you feel calm and comfortable with that idea. You know that everything seems to be working fine so far, and so it shall be at the end. You're more interested in the fact you're seeing something no one has ever seen before. And if they have, They haven't seen it for thousands of years. And the lights were on, so you wonder if anyone's home. On some level you feel like no one's here, and that the lights have been on for thousands and thousands of years. And the lights are just torches, little flames, flickering and dancing light on the stone walls. And you notice symbols around the walls, and you can't work out whether they're a form of Egyptian or Mayan or something else. And every footstep you take, you can hear echoing as your bare feet walk around on that stone, and the stone is heavily polished. And you notice the dancing light on the walls from the torches. And you start having an explore, while making sure that you're aware of your bearings, you're aware of which way to go to get back to where you came from. And you wish that you had a camera on you, something to record this experience. But you think maybe you can have this experience again in the future. And so you walk into a chamber and notice ancient scrolls, and that they all look like they have different types of writing, as if they're scrolls from around the world, perhaps from ancient civilizations, as if this was a secret library of knowledge, as if somehow someone had been gathering up scrolls from different civilizations as they roamed around the world and stored them all here where they'd be safe. And then as you continue exploring, so you discover what looks like a golden door. And in the middle of that golden door is a gap that looks like a stone or something belongs there. And you try and open that door and you can't seem to do it. The door doesn't open. And you work out that maybe to open that door, you need to place that stone in that gap. But you don't know what the stone looks like or where it may be. All you know is a rough idea of its size. You know that it's about the size of a fist. And so you continue exploring. You continue to look at the writing and the pictures on the walls. You find the flickering light somehow hypnotic of the candles, and you're still curious how they've burned for thousands of years. and you stumble upon a room full of thousands of scrolls, all rolled up, all on hundreds of shelves around the walls. And something about this place means that none of them seem dusty, none of them seem like they've degraded in any way. They seem as new as if someone had just picked them up yesterday and placed them on these shelves. And you get a few of the scrolls down and you try and have a look at them, see if there's anything that makes sense. You notice some of them contain pictures. You can have an idea of those pictures, even if you can't understand the writing. You can notice that some of the pictures seem to be of animals that you know are extinct. There's some with pictures of plants and herbs and trees. But you don't know if these are showing things just to let you know what they are, or telling you something else. And you find some books that have pictures in that seem to have lists of words, and so you wonder whether maybe those are medicinal books, teaching how to mix different things together for healing. And then in one room, a small door opens. It seems to be an insignificant room. There's nothing really in it, just a little plinth, and on that plinth is a red glowing stone, highly polished, about the size of a fist. You wonder whether that stone is the one you're after. You take that stone off the plinth, find your way back to that golden door, and with a sense of excitement, of curiosity, of wonder about what's going to happen next, you place that stone into the space in the door. And it's almost like the stone somehow had a magnet inside it. Like when it was really close to the door, it just seemed to suck into the door and stick there with a jolt. And then suddenly you hear movement, grinding sounds, like stone moving. And then this huge golden door raises up into the ceiling. Revealing the most beautiful room you've ever seen. And in this room, there's some books that appear to be bound, unlike all the other books, which just look like scrolls. And they're ornate, and they look like someone has taken great care to look after them and to make them the way they are. And you open a book that's on a stand in front of you. You start turning through the pages, and as you do, you notice there's something strange about this book. From the images in the book, you can tell that it seems to be about aliens or space travel. And as you turn the pages, you see a page with what looks like a star system. You recognize that it's our own solar system, you recognize that the highlighted planet is the third one from the sun, which must be Earth. And as you continue turning the pages, you recognize that that solar system seems to be marked in an image with other dots on the page and in relation to those other dots, as if to imply that somehow it's like a map of the local part of the galaxy, saying this is where you are. And then as you turn the pages, you find a picture that has what was on that map, much smaller. In part of a larger picture, you recognize the pattern. And you see that in this much, much larger picture, where the pattern for the local cluster, the pattern for the Earth and Moon and the solar system is really small, and you notice that there's something else highlighted on that picture. And you guess that must be a star a long way away. And you start to wonder whether maybe whoever left this book came from that star or somewhere around it. And you keep turning the pages and you see images of what looks like modern day craft. It doesn't resemble space shuttles. It doesn't resemble images of UFOs, but it does look like images of some kind of spacecraft. And then you turn a page and feel a sense of shock as you see something looking back at you from the page. And you feel that shock because it was unexpected. But looking back at you is a drawing of some kind of being. And it doesn't look like the aliens that are drawn in science fiction, but it does look slightly human-like or humanoid. It has front-facing eyes, and it's got a human-like face to some extent, but it doesn't look human. And you keep turning the pages with curiosity, with wonder, and you don't know what any of the writing says. But there's lots of pictures, as if somehow they were assuming that the people who read it would need to be able to understand it on some level, even if they couldn't understand the writing, and that maybe people could figure out the writing through pattern recognition and through different processes. And with curiosity, you carry on going through the book. And it seems to start to tell a story about these aliens coming to Earth. About these aliens just overseeing what's going on Earth, just gathering knowledge and information. at his aliens trying to blend in, and getting scrolls from all around the world to store the knowledge that was springing up around the world. And they inadvertently shared some of their knowledge about pyramid building, about creating structures that would last, out of the basic technologies that were available at the time. And it looked like they'd created this place as a safe way of recording all this knowledge and storing this knowledge. Knowing they can come back here any time. And you wonder whether they're still around, still observing, whether there are any other places like this around the world. You wish that you could take these things with you when you leave, but you know you can't, because none of these would survive underwater. And you're not even sure if you'd be able to find this place again yourself, because no one has obviously ever found it before. You carry on exploring, and you walk up some stairs with high vaulted corridors, walking up higher and higher into this pyramid. And you enter a room in what seems like the middle of the pyramid. And right in the middle is glowing blue water, a square pool of glowing blue water. And you see a sign next to it of pictures that seem to imply that somehow this is healing. And you walk over to that water, and you walk down into the water, and it's lukewarm, it's comfortable, it's glowing a fluorescent blue. You sit down into that water. You breathe in a fragrance that seems to clear your nose. And while you relax back in that water, your eyes begin to shut, and as they shut, so a beam of healing light seems to emanate up from the water, as if it's healing you, travelling into your body, filling your head, working down from your head, through your neck to your shoulders. And that healing light is moving down through your shoulders, down your back, down your stomach, down to your legs. And with every out-breath you take, that healing light seems to penetrate into you comfortably and move down through you deeper, deeper, healing every cell in your body, stimulating the healing response within you, reducing inflammation within you, triggering neurogenesis, the building of new neurons, with wonder and excitement, with each out-breath that you take, and you feel that happening through your mind and body. And I don't know if it feels like a tingling or a warmth or a coolness, but you feel that happening as you relax in that water. And then once all that healing is done in that healing light, almost in an instant, the light turns off And you open your eyes in that water and you feel calm and comfortable. And you feel like the healing has happened. And you know the healing will continue, so you climb out of the water and you decide that it must be time to go back to that whale. You walk back through the pyramid, all the way back to the entrance. You get your scuba gear back on, and as you touch that stone door, the door seems to just magically open for you. And then you walk into that airlock section. The door shuts behind you. You make sure your scuba gear is working fine as the door in front of you opens and the water starts flooding in at your feet, filling up the airlock. And you swim out and you see that whale still swimming there, just gently circling around. You swim over to the whale, hold on to the whale's fin, as the whale swims, gently guiding you back up towards your boat. And you breathe calmly and carefully. You can hear each breath you take. You can hear the bubbles of air as you very, very slowly are ascending through the water, very slowly and carefully ascending through that water back towards your boat. And then you reach the surface and realize that the sun has moved significantly across the sky, and that it's now evening and the sun will be setting again soon. And you feel a sense of curiosity, because it means that perhaps that whale had swam away and somehow come back just in time, knowing you're about to exit, because it wouldn't have been able to be there that long. You wonder what it was about being down there that altered your time. Was it being in that pool of healing light? Was it reading that book? Was it exploring? You wonder what it was that made time seem to disappear. And you pulled up your anchor, and the whale slapped its fin on the water as if to say goodbye. And you then rowed your boat back to shore. And when back on shore, you pitched up a tent, set up a bed, made a little campfire, had something to eat, watched the sun setting, watched a slither of moon rising in the sky and all the stars, heard the water sloshing on the shore, felt the cool breeze on your skin, watched the way the flames from your fire danced against the sand, and then rested down in your tent on this beach and drifted comfortably and relaxed asleep. So as you continue to drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll find yourself drifting asleep deeper and faster with the sound of my voice or with the words that I use, or whether it'll be with the spaces between my words. And as you continue to fall asleep, I'll tell you a story in the background. It's a story about an astronaut who's out on a planet around another star, a totally different solar system. And there's only this astronaut and a few others here. And they've been exploring the solar system, and then they spread out to explore nearby solar systems. And while they're exploring and they settled down here for a while, they've built a glass dome that allows them to be able to walk around without spacesuits on. Gives them a feeling of being on Earth. But here very little grows, so most of what they've got is artificial. And there's one exception. In this dome, this astronaut planted a rose. And for some reason, that rose seems to have grown and thrived. And every day, the astronaut comes to this part of the dome, sits down on the ground near the rose, and just gazes at that rose, having a sense of home, a sense of Earth. As this rose is the only plant life that has grown on this planet. And so he looks at this most beautiful rose and allows his mind to wander and drift and dream. And he sits in front of this rose as his form of gaining serenity in a calm and peace and focus and connection with what isn't currently here, and a connection with what's important to them. And they sit there gazing at that rose, drifting in their mind and dreaming and floating deep into thoughts of other places and memories, of pleasant ideas. And the astronaut starts each day like this, to feel connected and grounded with the wider world, rather than isolated by just being on this planet. And then after their morning meditation, they go to get on with their work. And they have this vast machine that has tracks instead of wheels, that can bore holes. And every day they leave the dome through an airlock. They go to the machinery And they get into the machinery and they continue working, digging into the planet's surface, exploring deeper into the planet's surface and searching for things that they can't find on Earth, things of value. And there isn't much atmosphere on this planet, and that makes sound struggle to travel much. So despite the size of the machine, it has very little sound, and it drills into the planet's surface, and all day long they drill deeper and deeper, creating tunnels, while other people support the tunnels and create some supports to hold the tunnel open. And they have others who monitor to watch what is being drilled, to look for anything unusual, anything that stands out. And they're only a small team, but they're an efficient team. And this day, while drilling, a flash of light catches their eye. And so the drilling stops, and they go and explore what's in the wall, what caused the flash of light. And they see this unusual gem. And this unusual gem, when tapped, seems to turn energy into flashes of light. And they managed to get the gem out of the wall. And they tapped it on the ground, and it made flashes of light. They tapped it with a hammer, and it made flashes of light. And they decided to take this back to the dome and explore it further. And back in the dome, they started working on exploring this gem. And they found that so far it seemed to be indestructible. All that happened was the more energy used to try and crack into the gem, to try and break the gem, the larger the flash of light, as if somehow this gem seemed to be able to just convert all the energy straight into light, rather than absorbing the energy, perhaps as heat or in any other way, and without breaking, and perhaps having the energy converted into kinetic energy within the gem. And they tried all sorts of different experiments, different ways of breaking that gem open. But it didn't matter what they tried. The gem remained intact, and all they got was a flash of light. And the brightness of that flash of light was the equivalent to the amount of energy put in to trying to break that gem. and they didn't know what uses this gem might have. But they were aware that this was an unusual property. And they were looking forward to being able to explore this property. But regardless of how unusual this property was, if all it can do is reflect the light, make light appear, it may not serve any purpose financially, and their role is to find things of value. But this astronaut was fascinated by this gem. He found the whole thing amazing. So they did numerous experiments on that gem to find out whether it was radioactive, to find out whether it posed any harm or any risk to anybody. And they found out that it didn't. And so the astronaut was allowed to handle that gem. When the astronaut took the gem to his favourite spot, to where that rose was, he sat down near the rose and he started rubbing that gem between his fingers. And as he rubbed that gem, there was a faint glow given off by the gem, as the energy that he was using on the gem was converted into light. And there didn't appear to be any warmth or anything with that light. It just seemed to be light. And so he held that gem in front of him, in his hands between his fingers, and he held it about head height, and he gazed at that gem while he just rubbed it between his thumb and fingers, and just gently rubbed that gem. And while he rubbed that gem, so he could see that glow continuing. And he just watched as that glow continued, and allowed his mind to be drawn into that glowing gem. And as he rubbed that gem and got drawn in, he noticed his peripheral vision becoming darker, as all his attention was on that gem he was rubbing. He stopped being aware of his arm in the air, as his fingers just kind of went into an autopilot of rubbing without him thinking about rubbing. And that glow increased a little as his attention got drawn in. And then in a flash, his consciousness seemed to be elsewhere, almost as if somehow it had got drawn into that gem and transferred via that gem elsewhere. And he found his consciousness floating in space, feeling the most serene, comfortable feeling he'd ever felt. Feeling a deep sense of pleasure, as he had a sense of just floating as a consciousness in space. And he was aware he had no physical form here. And yet he had this consciousness, and so he wondered about the link between the consciousness and the body. And what it was like to perceive moving and travelling when you're just a consciousness. And he moved around in space, floating towards planets, floating towards stars. And he felt like he was space, like somehow he'd connected just as a consciousness, and that there was no differentiation between him and where he was. He was no longer in space, he was space. He was able to travel down to planets. He was able to pass straight through the planet, because the planet isn't in space, the planet is space. And he started having this realization that there is nothing in space, only everything is space. And while he had this realization, so he also realized this was the connection with light. This was the connection this unusual gem gave. That if you become light, you become timeless. And the past, present and future coexist. And yet somehow everything makes sense. And where the consciousness is what's in conscious awareness in that moment, whether it's past, present or future. And somehow this gem had created this. And he didn't know whether this was just some kind of meditative experience that was only in his mind, or if somehow this was real. He couldn't tell the difference. He'd never had an experience like this before, and it felt so real. And he'd heard about people astral travelling. He'd heard about people projecting themselves from one place to another. He'd heard about people claiming to be able to teleport themselves. He'd heard about people being able to perceive past lives and futures. And he'd always dismissed all of this as being rubbish and as being stuff that's just in the mind. And yet here he was having this unusual experience, having this unusual connection where it seemed like he had become a light being, where there was no longer any past, present or future. Time stopped existing. Where here stopped existing, because anywhere could be here. And he continued for a while to explore this state of consciousness, this state of being like light. And after a while, he started to gain greater control over it. He wanted to see what family members were doing on Earth. And he would find himself in their presence, watching what they're up to. And yet he could also find himself in their presence, in the past and the future. and he knew that in this state he could only observe and not interfere. And then he wondered about himself sat in front of that rose holding that gem, and he found himself as a consciousness looking over himself, holding that gem out in front of himself with that rose near his feet. And he decided to drift back inside himself. And as he did, his eyes opened and he saw that gem in front of him in his hand. He lowered his hand to the ground and placed the gem next to the rose. And he thought it was an unusual experience. He didn't know what had just happened, how to explain what had just happened. He decided to now try meditating again, but this time without the gem, to see if the gem had any special influence over that meditation that he'd had. And he closed his eyes and he began to meditate. And as he meditated, he began to drift deeper and deeper into that meditation. But he noticed at first that he was unable to get the same quality of meditation as he'd just had. He was unable to get himself outside of his body, to transcend space and time, to just become a consciousness that's one with the universe. So he started to focus on the idea that that gem was in his hand and that his hand was in front of him and that he was rubbing on that gem, and that he could see the light from that gem glowing back at him. And he imagined watching that light. And as a surprise to him, he noticed that the same thing occurred again, that he drifted out of his body, found himself in space as a consciousness, and realized that the gem may have been needed initially as a focal point, as something to use to create greater awareness and to shift that awareness and perception. But once his mind, body, spirit, he no longer needed the gem. He just had to think his way through the same process that stimulates that mind, body, spirit response. And he wondered about the potential of this. And he thought about a family member and about being with that family member right now. And when he thought that, he found himself with them. And then he thought about the idea of this location being where he is right now. And when he thought that, he found himself become a being here with this family member, and he saw them get startled as he appeared. And then he thought about the idea of drifting off elsewhere and appearing somewhere else, and he appeared there. And he realized that somehow he could convert his consciousness into substance, which could be seen and interact with different environments, while in reality he remained seated on the ground by that rose and that gem. And over the next few months, while exploring this planet, he took plenty of time in his spare time to explore consciousness, to explore the power of this gem, to explore possibilities, and to learn to master the power of being able to project himself anywhere in the universe. While he remained where he was, and he knew that it wasn't until he can get home properly that he can find out for sure whether he really did and was projecting himself, and he looked forward to that day. As each night he drifted comfortably and relaxed asleep. So take a moment to allow your eyes to close. Allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, I don't know whether you'll relax deeper with the sound of my voice, or whether it'll be with the spaces between my words. But as you begin to relax, listening to my voice, I'm just going to tell you a story in the background. And while I tell this story, you can just drift comfortably asleep. And the story is about a business person, and they're on a flight, as they do frequently. And while they're on this flight, as the plane takes off and rises into the sky, they settle into the flight by putting on an eye mask, putting in some headphones, shutting out all external noises, all external sight. And they just have a relaxing sound playing in their ears as they begin to drift comfortably in your mind. And as they begin to drift comfortably, they start to have this feeling of walking through a forest. And as they have this feeling of walking through a forest, they start to hear the sound of each footstep. And they start to feel the feeling of each footstep. The sound and the feelings of the footstep on the leaves on the ground, on the muddy path. And they pay attention to that mud. They pay attention to what it looks like, what it sounds like, its consistency. And as they pay attention to that mud, so they drift deeper into their mind. And while they drift deeper into their mind, this forest begins to become more real to them. The forest begins to form. First other sounds of the wind blowing through the trees, of the rustling leaves, the sounds of birds, the sounds of other animals, different sounds of scurrying, of movement, of cracking twigs in the distance. And although there are these sounds, they have this feeling like this is peaceful. They think of it as being peaceful, even though there are some sounds around them. And after they have a sense of the sound, they begin to get a sense of what they can see. They start to notice from the ground out to the side where there's more greenery. They notice the way that around the base of trees there's just more mud, some toadstools, but generally quite clear areas. And then a bit away from the trees, they notice that there's smaller plants growing in the areas where the canopy above doesn't quite block the light to the forest floor. And they notice the different shades of browns, the different colours of the bark of the trees. They can feel the slight breeze on their face. And they notice the different greens. And they imagine how those greens change as the seasons change. How the greens change to autumnal colours. And they gaze around themselves, taking in this forest. As they become more distant from that plain, and while they become more aware of the forest, so they relax deeper, and this reality becomes more real to them. And they continue walking this forest path. And in the distance they can hear a babbling stream. And they start walking towards that sound. And as they near the stream, they start to smell the fresh air. That kind of fresh air that you get given off by water. And they reach the stream and they gaze down into the stream. And it's a very shallow stream, and they can see the movement on the surface and how it follows the rocks below. They can see twigs floating down the stream. And they start following that stream, following the stream towards a lake. And they walk along the edge of that stream, and they see a little family of ducks. And they slow down to admire the ducks, to watch the ducks going about their everyday business. And the ducks turn and start heading upstream. And they watch how the ducks tack across the stream so that they can start working their way up the stream. And how the parents keep an eye on the youngsters. And then they continue following that stream. And after a while they find the lake out in a clearing. And around the lake, as they look around, they notice the blue sky above. They notice any clouds. They notice the time of day. They notice the forest circling around that lake. And they go and sit down on the side next to the lake, listening to the water of the lake lapping gently on the shore, gazing out and relaxing, feeling the warmth of the sun, smelling the fresh air as it blows gently off the top of the lake, hearing the rustling leaves of the forest in the background, and the sounds of birds, and seeing some deer across the other side of the lake, and looking around and seeing what else you notice. And they decide to rest here for a while, and while they rest here for a while, they feel themselves drifting and dreaming into a reverie as they relax. And while they relax, they start to hear the voice of a child. And they look around and they see in the distance a child playing by the lake. And as the sun's beginning to set, they stand up and they walk around the lake. They walk over to that child and they ask the child what they're doing. And the child says they're just playing by the lake. They ask where their parents are. And the child says they don't have any parents. They live here. And as the sun's setting, the person decides to set up a little camp and asks the child if they want to join them. And the person sets up a little campfire, a tent, and cooks up some food for each other. And the two of them sit and eat the food, and the person asks about what the child is doing here, how the child survived. And the child explains there's plenty here to survive on. And they occupy themselves. They play by day and sleep by night. And they don't see company. They don't see other people. This person is the first person they've seen in a long time. And the child explains that they appeared here one day. They were sat somewhere in a library, reading a book. And while they were reading, they started imagining things and drifting off in their imagination. And the next minute they found themselves here. And they didn't know where here was. And they've never seen their parents since. And they said that in the book they were reading, it said about a dragon, a wise dragon that lives in a palace on a faraway planet. And that dragon can show them the way home. But he didn't know how to find that dragon, so he remained here. He felt safe and comfortable here at this lake. Able to relax by day and play and sleep at night. And there was plenty around to eat. And he learned a lot of skills. And the person thought they're going to help this child. See if they can help this child get home. Because they know that they can get home just by thinking about waking up. They don't know why the child can't just think about waking up and get home, or why they seem to have this shared experience. And then as the sun finally sets fully over the horizon, and the moon rises in the sky, the two of them fall asleep. And as they fall asleep, so the campfire burns down to embers, emitting a gentle warmth, and the sounds around them change from the day sounds to the night sounds as they relax deeper and drift comfortably asleep. And the next day the person tells the child that they're going to go and try and find this dragon. They didn't know if there was any kind of a clue, and they were told that the only clue is that you've got to search in daylight and find the waterfall. And they didn't know what this meant, but they thought it's a start. So they left the child, walked around the lake, and continued following the stream back into the woods out the other side of the lake. And as they followed the stream, so the sounds dimmed as they walked deeper into the forest again. And while they walked deeper into the forest, they became aware of the change of sounds again, aware of the way that light danced and shimmered in front of them, as it shone down through the canopy above, the way it created rays of light, as it lit up pollen and dust in the air, and everything felt so peaceful and calm. And they were curious how they were going to help this child. But they thought if they're looking for a waterfall, following the stream is probably the best place to start. And so they followed this stream deeper into the forest, so deep into the forest that they couldn't see where they came from, and the stream wound left and right. And they continued following that stream. Occasionally they'd hear splashes of birds dive bombing into the stream, catching small fish. They would catch glimpses of other animals drinking from the stream, and glimpses of animals through the trees. But the animals kept their distance. They could hear the sounds of birds and hear other forest sounds. And they occasionally ran their fingers along the bark of the trees and listened to the sounds of their footsteps, and a feeling of walking alone through this forest, curious how they'll help the child. And they walked deeper and deeper, and they could sense that the day was moving on, that it had probably passed the middle of the day and the sun would be setting soon. They continued to walk until they eventually found another clearing. And at this clearing, they gazed out and saw that they were now on a bit of a slope. And that the stream had begun to widen. And because it's on more of a slope, the stream was now travelling faster. And was louder than before. And there was more white water as the stream worked its way over and around rocks. So they followed this widening stream across the clearing. They could see what time of day it was, and that the sun was beginning to set. So they decided to stop at the far side of the clearing. And camp there for the night, and they'd carry on their journey in the morning. They cooked themselves some food. They lay back in a makeshift tent, gazing up at the sky, watching the way stars twinkled, watching shooting stars pass across the sky, having this feeling like they could hear them crackling as they flew past. And even having a feeling like they could smell them, a slightly sulphur smell. And as they gazed up at the sky, so they drift comfortably asleep. And the next morning, they packed up and carried on their journey into the woods. And they continued walking deeper and deeper. They were aware that the ground was sloping down even more now. The water was speeding up faster. And after a few hours of walking, they could hear this roar gradually appearing in the distance. And the roar got louder and louder as they walked closer and closer, until eventually they came out of the other side of the forest and found themselves atop a cliff, looking down a long drop. And as they looked down that long drop, they could see the stream they've been following pouring down as a waterfall. And they could see other streams from other places in the forest in a large arc, all falling down in their own waterfalls. And they climbed down the side of the waterfall. They could feel the spray of the water on their face. They could hear that waterfall pouring down to a giant lake below. They walked all the way down, climbed all the way down, and reached the base. Walked part way round the lake so they could step back and have a look at the different waterfalls. They wondered whether these were the waterfalls they were supposed to find. They looked at the different waterfalls. And they could see that the sun was shining into this area, and that the shadow as the sun moved across the sky was moving across the land. And they just sat and watched, wondering what it is they're supposed to learn. Just sat there with patience, being sure that when they saw it or learned it, it would just stand out to them. And they watched as the sun moved around and the light passed across the different waterfalls. And then at one of the waterfalls, as the light reached it, it created this beautiful rainbow in the spray. And from their perspective, they noticed the rainbow was a circle. And that it seemed to shimmer in the middle. And they had this feeling that somehow this was the sign. And they jumped in the water and they swam across the lake towards that waterfall. Coming out of the water, near to the waterfall. And they could still see that rainbow. And they climbed up to where the rainbow was. And they noticed that there was a cave behind that waterfall. And they walked into the cave, noticing how the sounds changed to this watery, echoey sound as the sound of the waterfall reverberated around the cave wall. And they started walking deeper into the cave, and as they walked deeper into the cave, they noticed how the light from the sun was somehow reflecting around the cave off of crystals within this cave, lighting up the interior of the cave. And they were sure this would only last a while, just while the sun is in the right position. So they walked deeper into the cave. They could hear dripping water as the rumble of water behind them faded the deeper they walked. And after a while of walking, they heard a slight hum. And they continued walking, and the more they walked, the louder the hum got. And after a while, they could see the back cave wall was shimmering slightly. It looked like solid rock, but it also looked like it was shimmering, like it was slightly out of focus. And they rubbed their eyes, and they tried to focus their eyes, but nothing they did seemed to bring that cave wall into focus. It just continued to shimmer slightly. They walked closer to it, and then reached out with their hand to touch the wall, and found their hand went straight through the wall. And as the hand went through the wall, so the humming got slightly louder. They could feel their heart racing slightly more. They started breathing in a calm way. Breathing in, counting to 7, and breathing out, counting to 11, to help themselves to trigger the relaxation response. And the more they relaxed, the calmer they became, until the breathing was just happening automatically in that calm way. And they then walked forward, keeping their arm outstretched, and they saw their arm disappearing through the cave wall. And then they stepped forward and watched as their foot and their leg went through the cave wall. And the humming got louder the more of them was through the wall. And then they followed their arm and their leg, passing themselves fully through that cave wall. And they found themselves in what looked like a cave. facing out towards the exit of the cave. And it looked like it was night time. And so they continued walking forward. They exited the cave. They looked up at the night sky and they could see the most beautiful nebula stretched across the sky, the most beautiful colours, bright stars, 2 moons, and none of it looked like they were used to. And they were very quickly aware this wasn't the Earth. This wasn't where they came from. And so, because it was night time, they decided to just stay still, just stay put for a while. They set up a camp, and they just watched and waited, watching how the moons moved across the sky, watching the way the stars moved across the sky. Until eventually they watched as the sun began to rise. And as the sun began to rise, so they noticed off in the distance a glint of light, that the sun was shining on something highly reflective. And they wondered whether that was where they had to head next. And as the sun rose, it revealed more of this land. And the land looked familiar yet different. There was greenery, there was sounds like animals, there was different colours of plants, but none of it was what they'd seen before. And everything was slender and taller. And as they started walking, they found that they just felt that little bit lighter, a little more bounce in their step. And they realised this planet must be smaller, or at least have less mass. And just moving around felt easier. And they started walking in the direction of that glint of light. And as they walked across open meadow, admiring the different plants and animals they could see, different insects, and recognizing how they have a familiar feel to them, yet none of them looked like they'd seen before. And then they passed into a forest and walked deeper into that forest, trying to keep in direction with where they were heading. And after quite some time of walking, they found themselves come out the other side of the forest and back to a clearing. And they could see that there were hills leading up to some mountains. They climbed the hills and walked over the hills. And they could see that up in the mountains was what looked like a crystal palace. It was all spiky and very tall. They continued in the direction of that palace. They assumed that palace must be what they're searching for. And they climbed the hills and went over the hills, and they started to climb the mountain. And they found climbing the mountain much easier than they imagined it would be. And as they climbed higher and higher, so they were aware of the temperature changing and getting a bit colder. And it wasn't uncomfortably cold, but they were aware that it was a bit colder as they climbed into the mountains. And after some trek, they finally reached that palace. And they just had to cross what looked like a crystal bridge to the entrance to the palace. They crossed that bridge. They knocked on the entrance to the palace, and they could hear their knock reverberate around the inside of the palace, as if somehow their small little sound of a knock was amplified by the door and by the structure. And after a few moments, the door creaked and swung open, and they walked in to that palace. And the palace appeared to be empty, and they walked around the palace, looking around, looking how high the ceiling was, how large these rooms were, how empty everything seemed. And in the distance they could hear the sound of deep breathing. And that breathing sounded really powerful. And they walked through from one room to another, before eventually entering a room with a huge dragon just resting there. And as they entered, the dragon rose its head. And then on seeing the person, rose to its feet and towered over him. And as the dragon towered over them, it let out a burst of fire up into the air, followed by another and another, as if to clear its throat, before looking down at the person and asking why they've come in a deep, booming voice, who they are, and where they're from. And the person felt perfectly fine and safe, felt there was something trusting about this dragon. And the person explained about meeting this child, and how this child had been reading a book in the library, and then found themselves next to a lake, and how they'd met this child next to that lake, but they're sure they can just wake up if they choose. But this child doesn't seem to be able to, and that the child had read something about needing to find a dragon in a palace on a planet. And so here they are. And the dragon told them they had to go through to a room out the back, to the library of the palace, and that they would find a book on a shelf, and they would know when they see it. It would be in the most beautiful golden cover that just seems to shine and reflect as if it's just as new as it's been created today, yet it's thousands of years old. And that they're to take that book and that in that book the child is to read one of the chapters, and reading that chapter will end the story for them, and as their story ends, so they will wake up back in the library as if no time has passed. The person thanks the dragon, walks all the way to the library, and sees this vast library with tens of thousands of books. And they look around all the walls, until they see a book that seems to jump out at them, something that just seems to shine and sparkle. And they go over to it, take this huge book off the shelf, and carry it out of the library, back to the room with the dragon. They ask that dragon about the library, about who they are and what they're doing here. And the dragon explains that they're the guardian of the 9 realms, and that to be the guardian of the 9 realms, they need to have all the knowledge of the 9 realms, and that one library is one of the libraries containing all the knowledge. And that what the child and what they were in is one of those 9 realms. And the person asked about the book. How does the book work? How's the book going to get back here if we take it from this library? And the dragon said the books always find their way home when they're no longer needed. They're always stored in the right place for when they are needed. The dragon explained that all the libraries are like a brain. They contain all this knowledge, and they continually get larger and larger, with more books and more knowledge. And no knowledge is ever lost from the library. Not all knowledge gets looked at all the time, but no knowledge is ever lost. Any knowledge that gets taken from the library always finds its way back to where it came from. And the person didn't really understand, but thanked the dragon for their help. And the dragon dropped back to the ground with a massive thud, took a deep breath, rested its head and closed its eyes as if it was falling asleep again. And the person asked, "Why do you just sleep? Do you not do anything else?" And the dragon said in a sleepy voice, "They're not sleeping. They have to drift into a state that allows them to open up their consciousness to monitor the 9 realms. And they connect their consciousness through all the realms, and they can see all, hear all, sense all, feel all, and know everything about those 9 realms. And they close their eyes, and seemed to drift away from here. As the person took the book, turned and left the palace, and they found their way back down the mountain, and they noticed that now the sun for this planet was setting, and they went down the mountain, went to the meadows, crossed the meadow and found their way back to that cave. And they decided they would camp here for the night before going through the cave. They thought it'd be interesting to camp on an alien planet. And they'd now been awake for a while, so they were ready to fall asleep comfortably. And so they watched as the sun set, as the 2 moons rose, as the nebula and all the stars appeared brightly in the sky. And they watched and admired the uniqueness, the novelty of the experience, of seeing a world never seen before, wondering whether they would ever visit here again, wondering whether the real Earth that they're asleep in is one of the 9 realms, or if all of this is just one big dream. Or whether this place is separate from all those 9 realms, and maybe there's other caves like this one that lead to the different realms. They had so many thoughts, so much curiosity that filled their mind as they drifted comfortably asleep. And then after sleeping for a number of hours, they awoke feeling refreshed, revitalized, full of energy. They packed away, picked up the book, walked through the cave, walked through the wall at the back of the cave, walked through the cave in the back of the waterfall, and found their way out of the waterfall, back down to the lake. They didn't want to get the book wet, so this time they carefully worked their way around the edge. They had to pass under a few waterfalls as they did so. They just covered the book and wrapped it up while they passed under the waterfalls. But they were sure the book would have got more wet if they tried swimming with it. And then they found their way back to the waterfall that they'd initially climbed down the side of. And they climbed up that waterfall and found their way back through the forest, back to the first clearing. And they crossed that clearing, and then through the second bit of forest, following the stream the whole time, until eventually they found their way back to the lake. And back at the lake they could see in the distance the child was playing and going into the water and splashing around. And they went back to that child. And they explained to the child the journey they'd just been on. And the child said about how they'd been gone for what felt like weeks. And yet to the person it felt like they'd only been gone perhaps a day, maybe 2 at the most. and they explain to the child about the book, and about how once the child reads the chapter in the book, that's the end chapter of the book, and then closes the book, so they'll find themselves back in the library, as if no time has elapsed at all. And so the child read that last chapter all the way through to where it said the end. They looked up at the person and smiled. The person wondered what that chapter said. The child closed the book and then seemed to dematerialize in front of them. And the child appeared back in the library, noticing how their hands were closing the book, that they'd started reading in this library what felt like so long ago. And all that experience suddenly felt like a bit of a dream, as they were now faced with being in a library, as if that entire period of time hadn't happened. And they stood up and went off to find their parents. And the person watched that child dematerialize, hoping the child would be fine, and noticing how just after the child dematerialized, so the book began to dematerialize too. And they hadn't had an opportunity to open the book themselves. They hadn't thought to do it sooner. And they hadn't had an opportunity to see what that chapter said. And they watched the book dematerialize. And they then just sat in their makeshift tent by a campfire, thinking about how everything's back to normal. Their experience is back to how it normally is, that they drift off in a reverie when they make journeys. And they come to this place, they gaze out over this lake, they enjoy some time camping, enjoying being in nature. And they just drifted comfortably and relaxed, asleep. So as you listen to me and begin to drift comfortably asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift more comfortably asleep to the sound of my voice, or the spaces between my words, or perhaps to the words that I use. And as you drift comfortably asleep, I'm just going to tell you a story in the background. And it's a story about a person who is travelling on a spaceship. And the year is way off in the future from here. And they've been travelling from Earth for many years. They've explored different planets, different solar systems. Their technology has advanced to a tremendous level, where they can travel at almost the speed of light. But there's a flaw with this, that although time doesn't take long for them, now they're heading back towards Earth. They're aware that thousands of years will have passed, and all those loved ones will have also passed. So although it's only been a few decades to them, time has been different for those they love. So while they're making their journey, they start working with some colleagues on ideas to address this. And they end up creating this idea of warping space and time around them using light. By firing some long beams of light and then spinning those beams of light and speeding up the spinning of those beams of light faster and faster and faster until the beams of light are spinning at almost the speed of light. And that those spinning beams should create a path of being able to travel from the present into the past, where you can travel around the beams in one direction and you'll go into the past, and you can travel around the beams in the other direction and you'll go into the future. But they don't know how to make sure they're fine-tuned. So as they approach the Earth, they fire these beams from a satellite they send out into space from the ship. They then fly the ship close to the beams into the twisted space, and they barely notice anything as they get close to those beams in the twisted space and then pull away from the beams a little bit. And as they do, they can see the Earth beneath them. And they decide to travel down to the Earth to take a look at where they are now. They're not picking up any communication. They can't seem to pick up any satellites. And they go down to the Earth with a lander, and they land that ship on the Earth. And with a small team, they wander out onto the Earth to explore. And they're aware that something is different about the atmosphere. It just seems a bit heavier and a bit more sluggish in some way. While at the same time, it makes them feel a bit lightheaded. And then they notice the ground vibrate. They hear a thud. Then they hear another thud and the ground vibrates again, then another and another. And they look around trying to work out where this thudding is coming from. They walk through some trees. And then they see what they thought was giant tree trunks, except that they raise off the ground and slam back down. And they look up and notice it's a huge dinosaur with a long neck stretching way out in front of it, a long tail stretching way off behind it. And it's sweeping its head from left to right and then right to left, eating at the plants. And it eats its way along, a bit like a typewriter moving along, from one side to the other. And then once it reaches the end and has cleared all the food there, it takes a big step forward with all its legs, making 4 thuds And now it's slightly further forward and it repeats. It just eats, swinging its neck from that side back to where it came from, eating all the food. And then it steps forward again. And they look around, they notice there's many of these dinosaurs doing this. Then they hear a loud, ear-splitting screech. And loud thuds, like running. Like something enormous running. And then they see what looks like a T-Rex burst out from the forest and jump at one of these dinosaurs. And the dinosaur just pushes them off. But the T-Rex type dinosaur tries again and again. And the astronauts are unsure of what time period this is. But it seems that this dinosaur must be a bit desperate if it's trying to take on something so big. I was wondering, maybe these dinosaurs had started to die out, maybe some infection or something had happened before any asteroid had hit. But they thought to themselves, if they've come that far back into the past, what if they're unlucky enough to have come back to just when an asteroid is about to hit? So they go and get back on their ship, take off back towards space, fly back to their main ship, and head back to their time machine. And they swing round again, and then fly off again. And they fly in a ship back down towards the Earth. Again, they don't notice any satellites. They don't pick up any signals. They don't have much hope that this will be about their time. But at least the Earth, this time round, looks more like the Earth they're familiar with. So they fly down to the Earth. And they land on a shoreline. And they can see out to sea. Vast numbers of huge whales. It seems like whales have taken over the Earth, taken over the ocean. And they watch from the shore as whales breach the surface, let out breath, have a rainbow of water, a cloud above their head, before diving down as a group. And they watch this a while and they try and figure out where and when they are. And they notice that this must be prior to humans doing lots of whaling, because there are so many whales and they can't see any human settlements. And they decide to get in their ship, fly to another area to see if they can find evidence of humans somewhere, to get an idea of what time they're in. Because although they're attempting to get back to their time, the time they set off, They're intrigued by this ability to time travel and what it is they can learn, but at the same time they know they can't change the past. They've got to do their best not to interfere with anything. And they fly over the earth, and their ship travels faster than anything that would be seen for many years, for centuries, taking just minutes to fly around the earth. And so as they fly, they scan. And they can't see any significant structures while they fly around. And then eventually they notice, as they fly over Egypt, there are some large structures there. And they notice that there's a pyramid, a huge pyramid, just in the process of having the outside of it put into place. And they land some distance away, and they decide to go and investigate. And they walk into a nearby village. Get some clothes to blend in. And the walk to go and investigate the building of this huge pyramid. And they watch from a distance, trying not to draw too much attention to themselves, while also trying to study. And they see the way the slabs are being pulled into place, and the huge numbers of people that are working on the structure, while others are farming, others are ferrying things down the river. And they notice all the hustle and bustle in this area. And they decide that they need to go back to their ship before they get noticed or accidentally interfere with the timeline. So they go back, get in their ship, launch off into the sky, go back into space, and head back to their main ship. They try to work out the calculations for exactly the point they need to reach when passing their time device, so that they can come out in their time. They know they're getting closer. They've gone from dinosaurs to Egyptian civilization. So using those two measurements, they work out pretty much where they think they need to reach as they pass around their time device, so that when they pull away from it, they should be in their usual time, in the time they set off. And so they fly towards it, swing close to the beams of laser, pull away, and they immediately pick up that there are satellites joining them in space. They can hear chatter coming through radio signals. So they realize that they're at least at a point where there's a civilization on the planet, that has things in space. They fly down to the earth. They see that there's cities everywhere. They notice that it doesn't look like they're back to their usual time yet. But they don't know exactly what time this is. So they land in a park on the outskirts of a city. They head into the city to have a look, see where they are, when they are. And they recognize it as being the late 20th century. They recognize a yellow bus that goes past. They don't yet know the exact date, but they know the time period. And then they find a newspaper stand, and they now know the exact date. And they know that by knowing the exact date, they can now refine their judgments and refine how they can make sure that their next leap takes them home. They continue to explore for a while, take in the culture, learn what they can about this time period, while not interfering, before heading back to their ship, getting on board their ship, and launching and heading back into space, joining their main ship. And they start working on making sure that their next close encounter with their time device will take them home. And they realize that to make these really tiny time jumps of just a few hundred years, you have to be incredibly accurate. And using just these two lasers spinning in close proximity, they've got to be more accurate than a couple of atoms of the exact spot they need to reach. So they realize they need to make their time device larger. They need it to be wider so that there's more circumference to target at. But to do that, they need to energize the time device. They need to make those lasers even more powerful and add in more lasers. So they work day and night, adding in more lasers, adding more power, finding ways to increase the power. They become aware that they're going to need so much power it will almost totally drain the remaining power supplies of their ship. So they need to know that this time they land close enough to their usual time, within perhaps just a few years, so that they can stay wherever they land. So after energizing those laser beams, broadening the laser beams. They start the device again, firing those laser beams, spinning them. And as they spin faster and faster, they begin to twist, twisting time and space around with them. And they're broad enough now that they're confident they can get within 5 or 10 years of the destination they're seeking. So they decide to aim for about 10 years after they set off. They've aged by about 30 years. But they decide if they aim for about 10 years after they set off, hopefully they'll arrive either just as they seem to have set off, and no more than about 20 years after they set off. And so they plot the coordinates to be as close as they can to the correct spot around the edge of those laser beams. And they fly the ship to that point before curving off away from the laser beams. And they find themselves in a crowded space, in a familiar space. They can pick up communication. They're aware that this communication seems to be from around their kind of time that they set off. They can see that there's lights and there's artificial buildings on the moon. They can see that they're in around the time that they should be. And they have to take the whole ship down to land because they won't have enough power for the ship to remain in space and have a lander go down and come back and then land the ship. They have to do it all at once. They go down to the surface of the Earth. They land the ship. The crew leaves the ship across a narrow bridge from the ship onto a landing pad. Everything seems familiar. They were guided in, their ship landed, following automated processes of the era. And they get greeted by people who know who they are and realize who they are, who tell them that it was as if they've only just left, and yet they look quite old. And they realize they've landed not long after they took off and went exploring. And they explain what their journey has been. They explain where they've been to distant solar systems. They explain the creation of their time device and how they've learned to master that time device, and how one can be built in space above the Earth to be powered from the Earth. And they all go their separate ways back to their loved ones. To enjoy their time back on Earth. So as you listen to this bedtime story and begin to fall asleep comfortably, I don't know whether you'll find yourself falling asleep faster to the sound of my voice, to the words that I use, or perhaps to the spaces between my words. And as you fall asleep, you can just listen to me in the background. And you can have a sense of finding yourself walking through a museum, and as you walk through that museum, so you can hear the way that your footsteps echo off the walls. You can hear doors being opened and closing, and the way the sounds of the doors echo through the corridor and down into each room in the museum. And while you walk around the museum, so you notice that everyone is beginning to leave, that the museum is beginning to close for the night. And you're here to keep an eye on the paintings, statues, when everyone's gone home. And so you walk around checking that everyone's leaving the museum. And while you walk around, you notice different statues, different paintings, large paintings, smaller paintings. You hear the different doors being closed, as different rooms are empty of people, until eventually all the customers have left, and then the other staff leave, and leave you to keep an eye on the museum yourself. And after the last person has left and the front door has been closed, so you go and sit down somewhere in one of the rooms. And the idea is that you'll sit down in a room, and then every 15 to 20 minutes you'll stand up, you'll walk to another room and sit down there for a while, and just doing the rounds so that you're in each room as the night goes on, being still, being able to listen in case there's any sounds in the museum. And as you sit in one of the rooms, so you hear some sounds, and you decide to go and investigate. And what you find in one of the rooms is a sound of tribal drums. And you can't figure out where that sound is coming from. And then you notice that some of the statues start to come alive. And then one of the statues comes over to you, and you're a little surprised by this, and the statue comes over to you and says that your help is needed, that you need to find a lost gem, a gem that belongs in one of the statues in the museum, and that until that gem is placed back in the statue, things can't settle. And you don't really understand exactly why or what they mean. But the way that they describe this makes you think you've got to go and help in some way. And you think it's got to be more exciting than just sitting in one room or another on your own in silence. So you ask what it is you need to do. And the statue looks over at a painting, and you walk over to that painting. And as you get to that painting, you gaze into it. You notice how large that painting is, that the painting is taller than you are and at least twice as wide. And you gaze into that painting, and you can see it's a painting of a volcanic island. A volcanic island containing a forest. And so you don't really know what you're supposed to do. And you notice there seems to be something unusual about this painting. There seems to be a slight shimmer to the painting. So you reach out with your hand and you gently put your fingertips onto the painting. And as you put your fingertips onto the painting, so your hand starts to go through the canvas. And it feels like your hand is gently lowering into some cool water. You can feel the surface tension around your fingers, and you can feel that moving up your fingers to your palm of your hand. And then as you keep putting your hand in, you can feel it moving to your wrist, and then slowly tickling and tingling as it moves up your arm as you push your hand into the painting. And after your arm is in the painting, so you step in and follow it, and you find yourself in that painting on the volcanic island. And you can hear a thunderstorm start to rage, hear lashes of rain, and you start to get soaking wet. So you run into the forest. And as you run into the forest, so you notice how the rain changes. You can now hear that rain falling on the leaves above you. Hear it bouncing on those leaves. Hear the thwap sound as each large raindrop hits the large leaves. And you're relatively dry inside this forest, with such dense forest around you. And you can hear the rumble of thunder, and notice shards of light appear from above as the thunder rolls and lightning flashes. And you walk through this forest. And you feel lucky that it's quite warm here. As you walk further and further into the forest. And you start to dry off while being protected from that rain, protected from the raging storm. And you continue walking further through the forest. You don't yet know what you're looking for, how you're going to find this gem, where this gem is. And as you continue walking through the forest, so from time to time you reach out and touch the bark of trees, feel that at your fingertips. You can feel the thud of each footstep on the ground, the dull thud, as the sound gets absorbed by all the woodland. You can hear that storm above, hear that heavy rain on the leaves. And you continue walking deeper and deeper. And as you continue walking, you don't know where you're going. There just seems to be a bit more of a path on the route that you're taking. And you recall what this picture looked like before you stepped into it. And so you try to recall that in your mind. almost like a map, trying to work out where you must have appeared and where you must be now. You know that you're on a volcanic island. You're currently not walking uphill or downhill. So you know you're not walking up towards the center of the island or down directly towards the coast. You must be walking across the island, which means at some point you'll start walking down. But for now, you're just walking through the forest. And after some time of walking through the forest, you start to hear a bit more wind coming from in front of you. And you realize you must be approaching the edge of the forest. And although most of the rain isn't making its way to you and isn't falling on you, is being blocked by the canopy above you. You're aware that when you get out the other side, you're going to need to keep dry. So what you start doing is collecting some of the big leaves around you. You start collecting some larger bits of wood. And on some trees they have bark which you can cut at the top, and then you can peel it off in strips, almost like rope. And so you do that and get yourself a load of strips of bark. Then as you approach the far side of the forest, and you start to see some light again, and you know that it's very dark because of the storm, and yet there's some light because above the storm the sun hasn't set yet. And so you clear the forest, walking back out into the storm. You see that you're near the edge of a cliff. And so you decide to set up a camp here. You need to set something up that can just keep you dry and protected. You decide you'll continue your search when the storm has passed. So you make a pyramid with the larger bits of wood. You tie it all into place. With the bits of bark. You weave in the leaves, tie some of them into place, creating a watertight shelter. You place some of the other leaves inside, and then you crawl inside your shelter and relax down. And while you relax down, so the storm rages on. You can see the clouds light up with lightning. You can hear the rumble of thunder and hear the large raindrops hitting the ground around you. hitting your makeshift tent. And now you're in the dry. And sitting down, you feel so relaxed. You find the sounds calming, relaxing. You find that they're peaceful. They make your mind just want to drift and wander. And from where you are, you're looking out off a cliff, over the sea. And you can see that the sea is quite rough at the moment. Much of it's clouded by the falling rain. And so while you sit in your makeshift tent, your eyes begin to close. And as your eyes begin to close, so your mind starts to drift and dream. And you drift and dream and float back through time in your mind. And you start to have this sense of almost being like a bird, of just flying over the ocean, seeing this clear blue sea, seeing comfortable rolling waves. And you drift back through time, and you have a sense of wonder about this island you're on. What was the island like before it was an island? How did it become this volcanic island? And drifting and floating through time, you have this sense of under the water, deep down, a volcano is gently erupting, lava is spewing out, crackling and popping as it reacts with the water, glowing red in the deep blue sea. As it gradually builds up this island from deep under the ocean, building this island up higher and higher towards the surface. And you watch in your mind's eye as that continues at a steady pace. And then occasionally a larger eruption happens under the sea, and the island gets a growth spurt. And then, after thousands of years, the island begins to get nearer to the surface. And gradually the whole time, the land over the magma is shifting slightly, and the island is gently elongating. Until eventually one day, the tiniest island appeared above the waves, initially just creating some ripples on the surface, where it was just below the surface most of the time. And only at low tide would it be just above the surface. Until one day there was this tiny island. And then the volcano continued erupting and grew to a 1 meter square island, 2 meter square island, 4 meter square island, 8 meter square island, 16 meter square island. And it started growing exponentially, while the whole time the island was moving, while the magma was remaining in the same place. And after a while, there was this huge black island above the surface of the water. with nothing but black rock. And then as time continued on, so the Earth's plates continued to move, and so the magma was creating other islands elsewhere, and no longer creating this island. And then, as thousands of years continued to pass, occasional seeds blown in the breeze around the earth would find themselves caught on the island. And then one day, thousands and thousands of years ago, the tiniest little sprout of green started growing on the island, followed by another and another, until the island started turning from black to green. And then as even more time passed, little sprouts of trees started springing up. And then these trees started growing taller and taller, and over hundreds of years they grew into tall forests encircling the volcanic island, and the water crashed against the island, creating areas of beaches and other areas of cliffs. And then as thousands of years continued, some life would find its way to the island, floating on branches and leaves from other places, and the occasional lost bird landing and making the island their home. And some would survive and find others, and then create more. And others would be the only one of their kind, would make the island their home for their life. And then, as thousands and thousands of years passed, trees and plants, multiple generations of life exist on the island and have existed on the island. And you float around and drift around like a bird in the sky, finding it fascinating looking down on this island, watching the evolution of this island from when it was just forming on the bottom of the ocean, watching as it grew up taller and taller, broke the surface of the ocean, and became an island that you see now, that you recognize as being like the island you're currently camping on. And your mind drifts, wanders, sees the island in the most beautiful calm sea, with the most beautiful sky. As your attention then draws back to the fact you're in a tent. You're in a makeshift tent on the edge of a cliff, gazing out over the ocean, with the storm raging around you. And you look out of the tent, you see the thick rain falling in front of you. You hear the sound of the rain on your makeshift tent. You can see the rough sea and the lighting and darkening of the clouds as lightning rumbles through the sky. And as you continue to watch, so you notice how that rumbling thunder, how that storm seems to be weakening. And you can then see the way that rain is falling over the ocean and no longer falling over you. And as you continue watching, so you watch as that storm moves further out to sea, as that storm passes by towards the horizon. And you watch the way the lightning dances in the clouds, makes the tops of the clouds glow and flash and flicker before a low rumbling of thunder reaches your ears. You notice how the sea below you appears to be calming as that storm moves further away. And after some time, you notice the storm has moved far enough away. You can see some cloudless sky. You can notice the red hue to the sky, and you know that somewhere behind that storm a sun is setting as you watch that red hue dimming down. And you sit there gazing out to sea, watching that storm at night, until eventually the rumbles get so quiet you can barely make them out, and yet you can still see on the horizon the way that storm in those clouds high up into the air has lightning dancing, flashing and flickering, making those clouds glow with white light, almost like a light machine in a party, flickering that white light through those clouds. And as hours continue to pass, so that storm gets more distant, until you can see that it's almost entirely over the horizon. And you can see at the same time the sun is almost entirely set. There's just the faintest orange glow on the horizon. And as the sun sets over the horizon and the storm passes by, the sky ends up a cloudless sky. The air smells so fresh and clean and clear. You can start to hear sounds around you of wildlife in the forest. So relaxing. And you start gazing up at that sky, gazing up at all the stars, seeing more appear as the light disappears, seeing more appear as your eyes begin to get used to the dark. You just gaze up comfortably in awe at the sky, feeling a sense of how small you are when looking at such a blanket of beauty. And as you gaze up at that sky, you notice there's a meteor shower happening. You start to see streaks of light flashing across the sky in all directions, looking like they're coming from constellation of Leo. And you watch as that happens. From that constellation, And as you watch those meteors flashing across the sky, you feel like you can hear them fizzing and popping. And you know it must be in your mind, because you know there's no time for the sound to have reached your ears yet, because they'd be burning up high in the atmosphere. And yet you have this feeling like you can hear them fizzing and popping. You notice some of them are slightly different colours to white. You even have this sense like you can smell the meteorites, as if they're landing near you. Almost like the smell of a sparkler. But again, you know that just must be in your mind, because of how intensely focused you are on the beauty of this. How dark it is getting here. And while it's getting darker and darker here, so you realise you can see the stars, meteors, clearer than you ever could before in your life. And you get so drawn in to the experience, you almost forget that you actually stepped into a painting. And this is all taking place inside a painting, because you should be in the museum, and yet this all feels so real to you. Almost like this is real. It all feels so real to you. It doesn't feel like you're in a painting. Not that you'd know what being in a painting would feel like. And so, as you continue to gaze up at the sky, gaze over the sea, which now looks jet black, you decide it's time to close your eyes, rest for the night. You'll try and find the gem in the morning. So you take a moment to settle down in your makeshift tent. You close your eyes and you fall asleep. And while you sleep, you start to hear the sound of water being pushed aside, like oars pushing through water. And you feel so comfortable. You feel like you're resting and sleeping in that early morning dozy state, where you can feel asleep and yet feel awake at the same time. And you feel so relaxed, and then you start to feel the warmth of the sun on your face. So you just listen to that water around you, just the subtle, slightest lapping of the water around you, feeling of the warmth of the sun on you. The pushing sound of the water, almost like oars gently pushing through water. And then after a few moments, you start to come round and you start to open your eyes, and you realise you've been sleeping on the back of a giant turtle. And you feel perfectly fine and calm and curious. And you start looking around you. And in every direction, all you see is the smoothest, most beautiful, turquoisey blue water that leads to a turquoisey blue sky. And the colour of the water and the colour of the sky are so similar. You can't tell the difference. between the water and the sky. You can't see where the horizon is. You can't see where the water ends and where the sky begins. And you look in front of you and you look all around you. You look behind you. And you can feel that turtle beneath you, the smoothness of its shell, as it continues to swim through the ocean. And as it swims, so it could almost be staying stationary because nothing around you changes. You can't see anything you're heading toward or anything you're heading away from. You can't see anything to the left or the right of you or anywhere else around you. You're just surrounded by the most perfect blue. And then after a while, the turtle lowers its head and starts to dive beneath the surface of the water. As you dive beneath the surface of the water on the turtle's back, and you hold on as it dives, and you notice straight away that you can breathe underwater just as easily as you can on the surface, and that the turtle is breathing just as easily as it does on the surface. And you can hear bubbles of air with each out-breath coming from you, coming from the turtle. You can feel the water on you as you push through that water, diving deeper and deeper. And as you dive deeper, so the bottom of the ocean begins to come into view, and you can see fish just going about their everyday lives. You can see the way that seaweed is swaying and moving under the surface of the water. And you don't know where you're diving to. All you know is you seem to be diving deeper and deeper. And then after some time diving deeper and deeper, the turtle levels off and starts to follow what looks almost like a path of pure white sand between two cliffs. And it's a very wide path. And after a while, two mermaids appear either side, as if to escort you somewhere. And they're swimming along silently either side of the turtle. As you swim on that turtle's back, following this path, unsure exactly where you're going, just feeling curious about the experience. And then after you turn a couple of corners, so the sides give way to an open plain of white sand. White sand that appears to have waves built into it, that has ripples across that sand. And off in the distance, you see what looks like a crystal palace, and you notice that the turtle is swimming towards that palace, and that these mermaids are escorting you towards this palace, and all the fish go about their lives, but move out your way as you're heading towards that palace. And then after a while you find yourself entering into the palace entrance. And you follow a long corridor, being escorted by these mermaids. And at the end of a long corridor is a huge door. And two mer people open the door, stand aside, as the mermaids and the turtle and yourself pass through into a huge chamber with a high ceiling, chandeliers, light glistening and reflecting everywhere. Mer people standing down both sides, and what looks like a king and queen on thrones. And the turtle lands on the ground, lowers its head. The mermaids swim off and join the other people. You climb off the turtle's back. You walk your way through the water, finding it so easy and effortless to walk through the water, finding it easier than you expected. And you walk through the water and stand in front of the king and queen. And they tell you that what you seek is deep in the valley, at the end of a cave, and only a two legs can find it. And you don't know what this means, but you're sure this must be something to do with what you're searching for. They say to return after you've got what you seek. So you go back to the turtle, climb back onto the turtle's shell. The turtle raises its head, moves its fins, pushing off the ground, turning around, swimming back out of the chamber, down the corridor, and out of the palace. And the turtle swims around the outside of the palace and starts swimming along behind the palace, away from the palace, further and further, until eventually there appears to be a cliff, and the turtle dives straight down into that cliff, going deeper and deeper under the surface of the ocean, swimming down deeper and further and deeper, as the water gets darker and darker. And you notice as you're swimming down deeper and further how everything seems to get quieter. How it's interesting that time seems to almost stand still underwater. Everything seems to be in slow motion. You swim down deeper and deeper. And after some time, you find that you can barely see in front of you. And then you notice that there's some ground approaching. And then the turtle follows that ground and swims along and finds the entrance to a cave. And you realise you can barely see now. There's no way you're going to be able to see in the cave. And you start to focus on the solution that you want. That you want some light. You want to be able to see inside the cave. You start focusing on that solution. You focus on what it is you want. And as you're focusing on what it is you want, so you find that you can see little green lights starting to flicker all around you, getting closer and brighter and brighter and closer, You notice a shoal of fish starts to form around you and the turtle. Below you, above you, to the left, to the right, behind you, of bioluminescent fish. And they're swimming on the spot all around you, lighting up where you are, almost turning the whole of you into a giant torch. And then you think about going into the cave, and the turtle starts into the cave. And as the turtle does, so the fish keep pace with you and swim in with you, and you notice the green glow of the fish on the walls of the cave, on the floor of the cave, roof of the cave, swimming into that cave. And you swim deeper and deeper into that cave, further and further, unsure what you're going to discover. Swimming deeper and deeper, further and further. And then you start to notice something in front of you. It looks like off in the distance is a wooden door, and you arrive at that wooden door. You get off of the turtle. You knock on the door and hear that underwater knock. You then knock in another location. You try and find a way through the door. You can't find any easy, obvious way. And then you see on the ground two marks that almost look like footprints. And so you put 1 foot on one mark, 1 foot on another mark. Nothing happens. And you bounce around a bit and still nothing happens. And then you see a mark on the wall on one side and the other side. And you reach out and you put your hands on those marks. And you push in all 4 directions at the same time, pushing down with both legs and pushing on the wall with both hands. And then you hear a clunk, and notice how that wooden door slides aside. And you enter through the wooden door and find yourself inside a large chamber. And in the center of that chamber, you see a gem, and you notice the way that light seems to be coming from somewhere, almost like light is perhaps channeled from the surface, somehow through the cave, into beams straight on to that gem. And you see the way that gem is lit up by those beams of light, and you walk over to that pedestal. You pick the gem up off the pedestal and notice it's the most beautiful gem you've ever seen. And you feel that in your fingers and in the palm of your hand. You feel the weight of that. You roll it around in your fingers gently and slowly. And as you do so, the pedestal starts lowering down into the ground. You can hear the rumble of rock as the pedestal lowers, and as you notice a little chamber at the back opening up as a rock door slides aside. And so you walk to the back of the chamber and you find a scroll, and you pick up that scroll and decide to take the scroll and the gem back with you. And you head back and you get back on the turtle and you start to swim out of the cave with all those fish surrounding you. You swim out of the cave, and when you get outside the cave, the fish start following you up through the darkness. And when you reach a point where the light allows you to start seeing more, the fish disperse and swim away. And the turtle continues swimming up, and then around and heads round to the entrance to the palace. And it swims its way into the palace, swims back to the main room, lands on the ground. And you walk to the king and queen and you say you found the gem, and they say you can keep the gem. And you say you also found this scroll, and they tell you it's a scroll that they've known the existence of, but have never been able to get. And yet it's a scroll that can maintain peace across the land. And you hand over the scroll and they thank you for that. And they know that the knowledge, the wisdom can be taught to the people of the land, taught far and wide to bring peace and comfort. And you walk back to the turtle, climb back on the turtle and swim out of the palace. Swim back out across huge open white flats of sand, finding your way all the way back to the surface. And then when you reach the surface, you notice that nothing has changed. You still can't see anything in any direction. There's still just this beautiful blue. The slightest movement of the water, the sound, almost like oars, of the turtle swimming through that water. And you rest on the back of that turtle as it swims through the water. And while it swims through the water, so you rest your cheek on the back of the turtle. You can feel the back of that turtle against your cheek. You can feel the warmth of the sun. You feel comfort and relaxation. You feel yourself beginning to drift comfortably asleep. And as you drift comfortably asleep, so you can hear in the background the slight sound of the water, the sound of the turtle swimming. Feel the warmth of the sun. Feel your gentle breathing. And gradually the sounds begin to fade away. Gradually it all begins to fade away. And you find yourself beginning to hear seabirds, beginning to hear louder sea against the shore and the cliff, beginning to hear birds, other sounds in the forest, feeling a breeze on your skin, and you find yourself back in that tent, back in that makeshift tent, gazing out off that cliff over the ocean, seeing the blue sky, seeing the sun rising, aware that the storm has long passed, feeling the breeze on your face. And you surprise yourself by finding that the gem is in your hand, and that somehow that experience on the turtle, even though you feel like you fell asleep and it was a dream, was somehow real. But then you're unsure about how real because you're already inside a painting. You fell asleep in a painting and ended up in the sea. on a turtle. But you don't question it, something feels comfortable about it. And so you take that gem, you leave your camp, and you head off into the forest, starting to make your way back to where you came from. And you walk through the forest, unsure exactly where you're going to go or how you're supposed to get back out of the painting. And you walk through the forest, just trusting yourself, walking through that forest, hearing the sounds in the forest, the relaxing sounds in the forest, the sounds of each footstep, the feeling of breeze, the sounds of rustling leaves as the wind blows in the trees, finding your way through the forest. Then after a while you find your way out the other side of the forest. And you see a tree that seems fuzzy, and you walk over to that odd fuzzy tree. You go to touch the bark of that fuzzy tree and find your hand starts going into the tree. And so you put your hand in, your arm in, and eventually you take a step through that tree and you find yourself back in the museum. And you show the living statue the gem, and the statue says that's the gem that was needed, the gem that will help them all to finally sleep and rest, that will help everything go back to the way it should be. And the statue explains why that gem's so important, and walks you round to a specific statue, and in the head of that statue is a gap where this gem should be. And you place that gem in the gap in that statue, and as you do, so the other statue starts walking away back to where it's supposed to be stood. And before it's reached where it's supposed to be stood, it grinds to a halt and stops in a standing position. And everything goes silent. And you walk back to that painting, and you touch the painting, and it's just a normal painting of a volcanic island. And you're unsure what to make of your experience as your shift comes to an end. You go home in the morning and pondering your experience and the meaning of your experience. You go to bed, and as you go to bed, so you fall asleep. And as you fall asleep, so you drift and dream. You hear tribal drums, and you find yourself on that volcanic island, sitting in your makeshift tent, gazing out over the ocean, aware that when you fall asleep here in this tent, you'll find yourself awakening on the back of that turtle, awaiting whatever adventures happen next. As you take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and to let your eyes gently close, I'm just going to tell a story in the background. So with your eyes closed, you can imagine drifting into this experience, imagining a woman walking along one rainy night. She's got an umbrella held above her head. She's walking down a street. She can hear the way the rain hits the umbrella. She can hear the sound of that rain. She can feel the slight spray of water that finds its way to her face. She can hear the sound of each footstep and other sounds occasionally of other people hurrying out of the rain. And yet she just continues to walk purposefully along the path. And she can hear cars passing by and see them pass by, and the sound of the rain, and the sound that cars make driving along a wet road. And after a while of walking, she turns off the road, turns off this path, and heads into a wooded area. And she notices how in this wooded area, far less rain is reaching her umbrella. She can hear that rain hitting the leaves above her, and larger drops dropping from the leaves to the ground, and the sound of those raindrops splashing on the ground, and the slight rustling sound of the leaves in the breeze and moving with the rain. As she continues to walk and notices the different sound of each footstep here compared to out on the path by the road. And the further away from the road she walks, the quieter it gets, and the deeper into the woods she goes. And she finds her way all the way through the woods until she comes to a clearing, and she can notice the muted green colour of the grass as the rain gives a slight grey-blue tinge to everything. She walks across that grass, all the way to the edge, and over on that far edge is a bank that leads down to a beach. And she stands on that edge, gazing off down that bank, down to the beach, noticing the way the water is rolling in onto the shore, noticing how, with this rain, the water seems a little rougher than usual. And a little bit more churned up, and perhaps has a little bit more of a greeny colour in the water. And she watches as those waves roll in onto the shore, and the white water rolling and sloshing along the shore, and the sound of it pulling back again to the sea. And in this clearing she looks around, and she can't see far out to sea because of the rain, but she can notice some areas of light, some rays of sun striking the ocean in various points off in the distance. And she knows the rain will begin to clear a bit soon. And she wanders along this clearing, she wanders along the grass, gazing down towards the sea. And she's out here on holiday. Supposed to be a summer holiday. And yet, here she is in the rain. But she doesn't let that deter her. She's still enjoying being out in nature. Still enjoying gazing out over the ocean, hearing the sound of the rain on the umbrella. And after a while she finds some steps down to the seafront. And she follows those steps down and walks through some stones, noticing the sound of the footsteps changing from steps to stones, the feeling of the ground beneath the feet changing from steps to stones, and then down onto damp sand, with the feet sinking slightly with each footstep, and being able to look down at the feet and notice the way the sand dries a little with each footstep, the water moves away from the feet. She walks along the seafront, aware of the sea on the shore being louder now than it was before. And she notices the way that the sea breaks on different rocks that are dotted through the sea, unsure whether these rocks were placed there to break the water intentionally or have always just naturally been there. She can feel that watery air on her skin, on her cheeks, smelling the slight salty smell of the spray from the sea as she explores along the shore. And while she walks along the shore, so she's gazing at the ground, aware that sometimes fossils are found along this area. And as she gazes around, she discovers what looks like a shell embedded in a rock. And it's just the shadow of the shell that was once there. It's just a fossil of the shell. She picks it up and looks at it and runs her finger over that, feeling the bumps, smoothness, the weight of that in her hands. And she unzips a pocket on her coat and places it in the pocket and zips the pocket back up again before continuing along the seafront. And she thinks she sees someone sitting on one of the rocks a little further away. And she tries to squint a little through the rainy sky, and she's sure that there's someone there. And she walks closer and closer, wondering who they are, what they're doing, why they're out here. They clearly don't have an umbrella. And as she gets closer, she's surprised by what her eyes see. And she can't believe her eyes. And she thinks maybe some salt water has got in her eyes, so she dries one of her hands and wipes her eyes. And all that's done is made it clearer. that what she's seeing is true. It looks like what she would describe as a mermaid, just resting on a rock. She walks closer and closer, and she's surprised to notice that mermaid smile at her as she gets close to it. And while she's close to the mermaid and the mermaid smiles, she thinks to herself that clearly this mermaid is friendly. She walks over and has no idea whether she'll be able to communicate with them or not, and is shocked when she introduces herself and the mermaid responds and seems to be able to talk the same language perfectly fine. And she asks why this is, and the mermaid explains that she swims in these waters, and so she hears the sounds of people talking here. She hears the sounds of people on the shore. And so, just over years and years, she's picked up the language, but she also has another land that she comes from. And sometimes when the weather's like this, she likes to come up to the surface. She knows there's normally no one around on the surface, and get to see what life is like out here, outside of the ocean. She explains how the sounds, time, everything is so different underwater. And the reason this woman enjoys going to the beach on holiday is because of her love of water, her love of the beach. She loves being in water and by water and the smell of water. And the mermaid explains that she too enjoys the beach, not just being underwater, but the sights, the sounds, the textures. That things have a totally different texture, totally different feeling when they're out of the water. That sound is totally different. And so it's like being a whole new other world. And after a while of talking, while the woman holds the umbrella over her head, she notices that the rain begins to subside. The sun begins to creep out from behind the clouds. So she puts down her umbrella, carries on talking to this mermaid. She wants to know everything. Where is she from? How can she be real? Why, if it was this easy for her to stumble across the mermaid, has no one else ever done it? Why didn't she just swim off when she saw someone approaching? And the mermaid explained that she'd considered swimming off, but she was curious about this person who would be out in this weather. And she thought about how it might look if she dived into the water. She explained that she thought this woman looked kind and compassionate, looked so caring that there was a risk that if she had seen her dive into the water, she might have assumed that someone had fallen off the rock and had got into trouble in the water and might try and dive in after her, and could get themselves into trouble in the water, when really there's no one that needs saving. And the woman and the mermaid continue to converse as the sun continues to come out. And the mermaid said she was worried that soon others may start to come to the beach to walk dogs, to take advantage of this dry spell, and she didn't really want to be seen. And as she was talking, something strange happened. The woman noticed that her tail turned into 2 legs. That as the sun dried her out, so she transformed and looked just like a human. And the woman asked about this, fascinated, asking, have you ever thought of just leading a life, going exploring when you've got 2 legs? And the mermaid said that the trouble is she can't control it. When she dries out, she has 2 legs. But as soon as she gets wet, her body automatically has a response that turns her legs into a tail, and that she couldn't risk this happening while wandering down a street. And she said that it's possible to become a mermaid. And she said that if the woman's interested, she can visit where the mermaid has come from. She explained that we all have an evolutionary past, and part of that past is aquatic. And that mermaids and mermen have the power to trigger certain epigenetic changes within people through the power of touch. That can bring back some of those aquatic properties. And the woman was curious about this. She thought it would be wonderful to visit where this mermaid came from. But she also wanted to know, how is it that the mermaid's body knows whether it's raining or not, or whether it's wet or not? Wondering if the mermaid was wearing trousers and waterproof shoes and didn't get their legs wet. Would they turn back into a tail or not? Would they turn into a tail if they got their hands wet? And the mermaid said she'd never been far enough to find out. She'd never worn clothes. She didn't know what it was like to wear clothes. That you don't wear clothes when you're underwater. So they just get tangled around you. And nobody makes clothes underwater. So she'd never had an opportunity to discover. And the woman and this mermaid found themselves so absorbed in conversation, found that somehow they seemed to just gel so well, Time seemed to just fly by as they became absorbed in the moment. As if they'd known each other for a lifetime. And the mermaid touched the woman gently on the shoulders, running her fingertips very, very lightly from her shoulders down her arms, down the outside of her arms, then very lightly down the inside of her arms to her elbows, and the inside of her elbows, and then very lightly under the jaw on either side, around the neck, and then very lightly down the back. And the woman could feel tingling. Felt her mind wander, and felt a bit of a shudder. As changes began to happen inside her body. And the mermaid looked her square in the eye and said, "Trust me." And the woman said, "I do." And they leapt off the rock together, splashing into the water, followed by rays of light and bubbles rising to the surface. As the sound changed, as everything became more muted and quiet, and tones seemed to stretch out and deepen. And the woman held her breath initially, and the mermaid held her hand and looked at her calmly in a kind and friendly way. And said again, "Trust me." And the woman relaxed. Her jaw relaxed. Her body was relaxed, floating in water. She just relaxed so deeply and instinctively seemed to breathe underwater as if it was a perfectly natural thing. And then she noticed that the mermaid's tail had returned, and she didn't know at what point. She wondered whether it was the second the mermaid splashed into the water. She didn't see it change from legs to a tail. And the mermaid held her hand as they swam deeper and deeper, deeper and deeper under the sea, seeing fish swimming around, passing floating seaweed, relaxing deeper and more comfortable under the sea. And as they went deeper, the woman noticed some glowing off in the distance, and they swam down towards that glowing. And the mermaid said that ordinarily you can't see that glowing. That the only reason why she can see the glowing and see this reality down here is because they're together, and because of the change to her senses, the change to her way of being, that's allowed her to breathe underwater. It allows her senses to perceive what they once couldn't. And they swim down deeper all the way to those lights. And find a whole town of mer people interacting with each other, getting on with each other. Looked surprisingly familiar, and yet it was under the sea. And the mermaid said she wanted to take her to one of her favourite places down here. And she took the woman down what was like a quiet path that was away from the hustle and bustle of that mer town, and took her out to an area that seemed to plunge off deeply into darkness, and sat down on the edge, and the woman sat down on the edge with her, gazing out across the deep open ocean. And the woman could hear the sounds of whales, could see some humpback whales swimming, could recognize their intelligence, the intent in their behaviors. And she watched as those humpback whales just passed by, going about their daily life, and huge shoals of fish swam around. And there was so much life down here. And some fish and some other animals down here seem to have bioluminescence, as her eyes, accustomed to the darkness, the dimness, as she gazed down, she could see glowing light shows playing out before her, a rainbow of colours. And she sat here on this edge, up close with the mermaid. And she started having this feeling like somehow this was who she was meant to spend the rest of her life with. And she thought that seems like an unusual feeling, but she's felt such a connection to this person over such a short period of time. And she openly, just instinctively told the mermaid this, and the mermaid reciprocated that she too seems to have felt this incredible connection, like somehow this was meant to be, Somehow they were meant to meet. And somehow fate had brought them together, and they could either go against fate and decide it's ridiculous to feel like you found your soulmate that quick and move on and miss the opportunity, or to explore it, to spend time together and to enjoy being in the moment, enjoying being with the person in that moment who it feels right to be with. And they both felt it felt right to be with each other, but they came from totally different worlds. They had no idea how or whether it was possible to make it work. The woman wanted to know how long she can manage to stay underwater for. How long will the changes to her body last? The mermaid said that the changes can last as long as she wants. The changes only reverse when she takes a gasp of air. And then the air triggers changes to breathe again on land. And they didn't know how they could make it work. The woman had a life, a job. She went into work every day, did her job, and then when she had an opportunity, she'd go on holiday for a little while to the beach, and then go back and carry on working, and after work be too tired to do anything. So she would just work and sleep and work and sleep, go for a break for a while on holiday, and then work and sleep, work and sleep. And if she suddenly disappeared, people would be worried about her. And they didn't know how you could tell humans that there are mer people, that humans wouldn't believe it. And she couldn't just say, I'm going to move and live underwater. But it was early days of their relationship. They knew they would work all that out. They just knew they were each other's soulmate and had to be together. They decided that at some point in the future, the mermaid would come out on land, and they would figure out the extent of her legs turning into a tail. What triggers that? Whether they can just make sure she's wearing waterproof trousers and shoes, or whatever it is that's needed. And if not, perhaps the woman can say that she's just moving abroad, moving away, and she's going travelling, and that she'll let people know from time to time and keep in contact with people saying where she is. And then she could move and live with the mermaid, but she wondered what the mermaid eats, what the mermaid's life is like. And this was all stuff they had to explore, coming from two totally different worlds. and finding love. They just had to have the courage to explore love. Have love where you find it. And they both just sat there gazing out, arm in arm, resting on each other, watching the underwater world go by, confident that they were going to lead a long and happy life together, but unsure yet as to how. But being comfortable with the unknown, comfortable with the uncertainty, and excited by what they've got to discover in the future, as together they drift and float into a reverie, dreaming about what the future might hold, and the wonders they might experience. So take a moment to allow yourself to get comfortable and allow your eyes to gently close. And with your eyes closed, just focus on the top of your head and just notice any sensations there. And have a sense of the muscles around your eyes relaxing, a sense of the muscles around your head and neck relaxing. Just having those muscles gently soften and relax. And you can take a breath in and a breath out. With each out breath, you can have a sense of deep, profound relaxation, passing in through your head, in through your nose and mouth, and passing down through your body, as you can allow your awareness to move gently down to your neck. And just notice the muscles around your neck. Allow them to comfort and soften and relax. Allowing the muscles around the front of your neck to relax, the side and the back of your neck. Just deeply relaxing and relaxing the muscles of the jaw. That's it. And allowing that relaxation to continue down to your shoulders. And I don't know whether the relaxation will pass down both shoulders at the same time, or whether it'll pass down one shoulder faster than the other. And just allow that relaxation to spread down the shoulders. Allowing that relaxation to spread down both shoulders, around both shoulders, like someone giving you a comfortable massage. Gently rubbing those shoulders, releasing any tension in those shoulders. And with each out-breath, that tension can release. And the shoulders can slump. And you can let those shoulders slump as you relax deeper and more comfortably. That's it. And you can continue that relaxation. And notice how the relaxation moves down your arms, I don't know whether it'll move down the left arm or the right arm fastest. But just notice how that relaxation moves down the arms, making the arms loose and limp and heavy. Making those arms feel so loose, so limp, so heavy, that the thought of moving them just seems like it would be so much effort, like they weigh so much. Allowing that relaxation to go all the way down to the hands, to the fingertips. Almost like the relaxation is flooding so much through those hands, those fingertips, that it's working its way out the end of those fingertips, out the palm of the hand, really adding weight, comfort, stillness to those arms, to those hands, to those fingers. Allowing your body to relax deeper and deeper and more profoundly. So deeply relaxed. It becomes almost so heavy it just doesn't want to move. As that relaxation begins to spread down the chest, down your torso, relaxing your upper back, your lower back, relaxing your chest and your stomach muscles, and your sides. And just allow your breathing to deepen. Breathing in, counting to 7. And breathing out, counting to 11. And for a little while, just continue breathing in, counting to 7. And breathing out, counting to 11, just making each out-breath longer than each in-breath. Breathing in, counting to 7. Breathing out, counting to 11. Slowly and rhythmically, allowing that breathing to deepen. Breathing from your stomach. Breathing in relaxation, comfort, healing, warmth. Breathing out any discomfort, any stress, any pain, or anything else you'd like to rid from your body. Breathing in comfort, relaxation. Breathing out any discomfort and stress. And allowing yourself to relax deeper, more profoundly, as you continue to listen to my voice in the background. And while you listen to my voice in the background and you count in to 7, out to 11, relaxation can move down your body. Move down your legs, all the way down to your feet. And then as you continue to breathe in, counting to 7, and breathe out, counting to 11, you can have a sense of a healing purple light that's shining on your face, on your head, and that's beginning to scan and pass through you, healing and relaxing from your head, down through your face, your neck, your shoulders, your arms, down your body, down your legs, all the way down to the tips of your toes. Just having that healing light passing through you, deepening, relaxing. Feeling the deepening, feeling the relaxation. Perhaps noticing how relaxed your face is getting. Perhaps noticing the relaxation in your cheeks, in your hands. Some people may feel like there's a certain kind of relaxed numbness setting in, where you gradually stop being so aware of your body as you drift inside your mind, ready to go even deeper into this deep trance, to enjoy going into a deep and profound experience. And each time that you listen to this, you can go deeper and deeper, and find it easier to go deeper quicker with each listening that you do. And as your body deeply relaxes, so you can begin to relax as a mind. And before you begin to relax as a mind, I'm just going to count down from 20, and with each count, you can go 1/20th of the way even deeper. And I don't know whether you'll notice how much deeper you're going, or whether you'll just go deeper and deeper with each count, and find that your breathing softens, relaxes, and gets deeper and deeper. Almost like that breathing you do when you're deeply asleep, where you breathe rhythmically, deeply from the stomach, where your body is totally still, relaxed, where you lose all awareness of your body as you drift comfortably into a dream. And you can continue to follow along to what I'm saying. And I don't know whether you'll drift deeper and more profoundly with the words that I'm using or the spaces between my words. As I count down from 20, 19, 18, 17, going deeper and deeper, 16, deeper and deeper, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, knowing each time you hear me count down, you go deeper and deeper. 7, 6, 5, that's it, all the way. 4, 3, 2, 1, that's it, all the way. That's it. And in your mind you can imagine yourself walking through a meadow. And as you walk through that meadow, you can gaze around And you can notice the colour of the sky. You can notice trees off in the distance. You can notice the movement of the grass, the different flowers, and other things you can see there, feeling the air on your face. Perhaps noticing the temperature and the sensation of walking through the meadow, what each footstep feels like, the sound of each footstep, the sensation of moving your legs with each step you take. The way your arms move as you walk. And as you walk through this meadow, so you go deeper and more comfortably into this state. And you can walk through the meadow toward a gate that's at the far side of the meadow that takes you into the trees, into the woodland. And you walk through that gate, going deeper and deeper, and notice how the sounds change. There's different bird sounds in the woodland. There's the sounds of rustling leaves. Light can dance in front of you as it passes through the trees. There are sounds of animals, sounds of a breeze. As you walk deeper into the woodland, relaxing deeper into the woodland, and notice how your footsteps sound different walking into the woodland compared to out in the meadow on this firmer ground, and the footsteps feel different. There's slight more thud to each footstep as you walk through this woodland, going deeper and deeper into the woods, feeling calmer, more relaxed, listening to nature around you, breathing, relaxing, drifting asleep, breathing, relaxing, drifting asleep, almost like that thought is going around in your unconscious, breathing, relaxing, drifting asleep. As you continue to walk through this woodland, going deeper and deeper, and as you continue to walk through this woodland, so I wonder whether you'll notice that distant stream. And as you begin to notice that distant stream, perhaps noticing the sound in the distance first, or maybe noticing the slight change to the smell of the air, that slight fresh water smell, you can begin to walk instinctively, unconsciously, towards that stream. And as you approach the stream, so the sound of the water gets louder, and you can notice what that water sounds like, how you can judge the speed of the flow of the stream by the sound of the water, And as you come to that clearing and you find that stream, you can notice how the area is lighter than it was in the woods. And you can have a sense that it's time to rest. And so you sit down by a tree. You rest your back against the bark of the tree. You take a few deep, comfortable breaths and drift deeper into your mind. You take a moment to close your eyes by the stream and you listen to the sound of that water passing by. You pay close attention to the sound of that water, noticing the individual elements of the sound that make up the flowing water. And as you focus so intensely on the sound of the stream, so your mind begins to wander. And you begin to have a sense of drifting off in a reverie in your mind, drifting off someplace in your mind, going deeper and more profoundly asleep. And as you drift deeper and more profoundly asleep, you find yourself looking out of a window in a palace, gazing out over a land, seeing an old kingdom below, a village of old houses, kind of medieval looking. The sounds of blacksmith working in the distance, the chinking sound of working metal, the sounds of horses trotting along pulling carts, the distant murmur of people talking and hustle and bustle down in the village, the sounds of the nature surrounding the area. And feeling the cool stone under your hands as you touch the frame and the windowsill and the area you're looking out of as you gaze out across that land before working your way down the stairs, down a spiral staircase to get to the main hall that leads towards the exit of the building. As you go down the spiral staircase, 20, 19, 18, going all the way down that staircase, hearing the echo of each footstep, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, halfway down that spiral staircase, 9, 8, 7, feeling the banister, aware of what the walls look like, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, being at the foot of those stairs, hearing the echoing of the footsteps as you walk out into the hall and walk across that vast open space, the echoing of the footsteps around the stone. That. And you walk walk towards the exit of the palace, seeing those huge wooden doors and being surprised at how heavy they feel and yet how smooth and easy they are to open. As you push them open, hear the echo behind you of the doors being opened. As you leave that palace and head down towards the village, and you walk down, following the path out of your palace down towards the village, with the murmur of people getting louder and the sounds of the village getting louder. And you walk into the village and look around and see how people are dressed. See what the buildings look like. Feel how each footstep feels on the slightly soggy mud. As you walk through the village, out the other side of the village, continuing on to the woodland, and you head into this woodland, and you feel like you're heading into the woodland with intent. Although you don't yet know what's driving you forward and deeper into the woodland. And you walk into the woodland and notice how not long after walking into the woodland, the woods shelter you from the sounds behind you, and the village sounds begin to fade away in the background as natural nature sounds begin to increase. As you walk through the woodland and you find a clearing, and in that clearing you just see one lone tree, and you feel compelled to walk to that tree. You walk all the way over to that tree. You reach out, run your fingertips gently around the bark of the tree, and then find an entrance into the tree. You head down a spiral staircase, deep down under the tree. You follow that spiral staircase down, all the way down deeply under the tree. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way, where you find a door. You open that door, you walk through that door, and the door slowly closes behind you. And you see a seat, and you walk over and you sit in that seat. And as you sit there, so you feel deeper and deeper relaxed. You feel yourself drifting, dreaming, floating somewhere deep and profound, and you don't know where. All you know is this is where you're supposed to be right now. And you drift into a deep and comfortable sleep. And in that sleep, you find yourself stood in front of a door. And it's an unusual door. It's a door in the middle of nowhere. And you walk around the door, and it seems to be just a door frame with a door in it. You can walk around behind it. You can walk around beside it, in front of it. It seems to be a door that goes nowhere. And yet here you are. And because here you are, in front of this door that seems to go nowhere, you decide to open the door. You've walked around the door. There's nothing either side, nothing behind it, nothing in front of it. You decide the only thing you haven't done is gone through it. You open the door, and there's just darkness the other side of the door. And yet you know there's nothing the other side of the door. And you feel this sense of comfort coming from this place, this sense of deep relaxation, this sense that entering the door is going to give you some profound insight, understanding, wisdom. Is going to help you sleep even deeper and learn a dream. And you walk into that blackness and discover you've entered a room of nothingness. No up, no down, no left, no right. The only thing there seems to be is another door off in the distance. And somehow, just by thinking about it, you move through this room of nothingness, where there's no past, no present, no future, where it seems to be no space or time apart from thought being able to drive you to that door, or is it making that door come to you? In this room you can't tell. And when the door and your hand meet, you can feel the handle, feel what that handle feels like as you slowly, carefully open the door. And as you open the door, so you instinctively seem to drift deeper and float through that door, finding yourself in a deeper level of nothingness. And passing through that door. Again, you see a door in the distance, and you can't tell whether you're moving to the door or the door is moving to you. All you know is you don't seem to be walking on anything. There seems to be no time, no space, no up, no down, no left, no right, no forward, no backward, and yet here you are, just willing that door closer and willing yourself closer to that door, and somehow the two of you meet. And you reach out for the handle again, and you open the door, and you pass into a third, even deeper level of nothingness. That's it. And something strange happens as you pass through this door. You're aware that you're in a place of nothingness, and yet something seems to be forming. It's as if reality is forming around you out of nothing, as if time is starting around you out of nothing. And you start to feel a slight swaying, slight rocking motion. You start to smell the smell of fresh water. you start to hear the sounds of birds. You start to feel the warmth of sun on your skin. You start to hear the sound of rustling leaves in the distance, and hear the slight sloshing sound of water. And you start to realize you're relaxing in a rowing boat, lying down in a rowing boat that's sitting in the middle of a lake, gazing up at the sky, feeling deeply relaxed, profoundly relaxed, curious about this world you've created from nothing, this reality that's sprung into existence from thought alone. And you start to feel like the last time you felt like this was in the middle of a dream, where everything makes sense in the dream, regardless of how strange. And you sit up slightly and you gaze around. You can see over to the shore of the lake. You can see the woods. You can notice the colour of the water. And you can reach down into the water and touch the water with your fingers. Notice the feeling of the water, the temperature of the water. As you relax, drift and dream deeper and more profoundly asleep. And you row the boat gently to shore. You row the boat gently to shore. There. And once the boat reaches the shore, you place the oars in the boat. Climb out of the boat onto the shore and begin to explore. And as you explore through the woodland, so you discover what seems to be a cave, like a mound within the woodland, and within that mound is a cave. And you see a stick that would be suitable to be a torch. And you light that stick and you walk into the cave. You notice the way that shadows dance around the walls of the cave as you walk deeper and more profoundly into the cave. The way your footsteps begin to echo in the cave, the echoing sound of distant drops of water in the cave, the slight whistling of the wind that's blowing in the cave entrance, the flickering of the flame, the distant sound of the woodland fading away as you go deeper and deeper asleep. As you walk deeper and deeper into this cave, and you walk over and explore the walls of the cave, reach out, feel the walls, run your fingers along the walls, noticing the texture, the temperature, noticing what each footstep feels like as you walk deeper into the cave. Unsure what you're going to find here, then deep inside this cave, you notice that it opens up into a room, and in the middle of that room is a stand, and on that stand is an ancient looking book, and you head over to that book. You carefully open the book. You start reading that book, and you notice that book is full of deep wisdom. And the book starts by saying that it reveals the knowledge of the collective unconscious, that there's universal wisdom that we know deep inside us. You just have to go deep enough to learn it. And here in this cave is deep in that wisdom, deep in the unconscious, learning about truth and beauty and love. And as you read, you discover so many positive things from that book. Aha moments. Reading and exploring that book about being the best you can be, and how to work with the life around you, bringing joy and happiness to others. Connecting to others in profound ways that spreads happiness. And the book shares about happiness being the journey, not the destination. Wisdom being the journey, not the destination. Life being the journey, not the destination. Curiosity being the journey, not the destination. And unconsciously, you begin to absorb all this knowledge deep and profoundly, while drifting deeper and more profoundly asleep. And after you've reached the end of that book, you feel that knowledge within you. You feel that knowledge on your face, in your mind, in your soul, in your heart, in your stomach. You feel like all of your brains are connected, are in sync with each other. You begin to know how to have harmony with yourself, with the world, with your environment, with others, with the story that you're a part of, and the story you want others to tell in the future of you. And you begin to find your way out of that cave. And as you find your way back out to the woods, You decide you want to explore, be curious, find your path. And so you head towards the mountain. You carve your way through the woodland. Finding your way to the foot of some mountains. And you begin to climb. And you climb into those mountains. Above the tree line, looking down over where you've come from. Down to that lake, over the woodland, climbing higher and higher, up through the snow where everything reminds you of that room of nothingness, but this time it's all white as you head higher and higher up the mountain. Feeling a sense of achievement. Feeling like this climbing, handling the challenges you're facing, working out the way to keep motivated, the way to keep moving forward, the way to get to the top. You find you're learning deeply from this experience as you climb higher up the mountain, learning about the journey, managing your expectations, being proud of your achievements, only judged against yourself, not others, as you continue to climb. Learning to breathe in certain ways and think in certain ways that help you to navigate anxiety and stress as you continue to climb. That help you to see things as challenges to be worked through and worked out. And then what you can learn from where you take the wrong route, from where things don't quite go right, and how you find the positives in those things as you continue to climb. And by the end up the mountain, you look back, see how far you've come. You look back and notice the areas on your climb, where you stumbled, where you fell a little, where you struggled, where you failed. What you learned from those failures, how you moved forward. How you kept motivated, even when it felt like you just kept failing over and over again. Even when it felt like things just weren't going right, and perhaps may never go right, and you may never make it to the top. You look back and see how you turned them into learning opportunities and found your way through those challenges back to a point where you can carry on your upward climb. And you can see those points where at times you had to just stop and think, I can't climb any further right now. And you had to wait. And you had to get to the right place in your mind and body before continuing the climb. And you can look back and see all that now from the top how far you've come, all that you've achieved. And when you reach the top of that mountain, you notice something strange. There's another door that appears to go nowhere. Another door you can walk around. And so you open the door and just see blackness. You walk through that door and find yourself in a room of nothingness again. And you pass through that room of nothingness, somehow drawn to another door, or the other door is drawn to you. And you pass through that door of nothingness, feeling drawn to another door, or the door is drawn to you. Then you open the door and find yourself stood by that stream, seeing yourself lying there relaxing, sleeping by that stream, looking so peaceful, calm, relaxed, seeing yourself fast asleep there, watching that you sleep soundly and deeply, knowing that that you there is on all that adventure, that the you here, who's timeless, who's just an observer, is aware of what that you there is going through and experiencing, but unsure of what part of the experience that you there is in right now. And while you look at yourself, you notice how peaceful, calm you look, resting there fast asleep, resting there so deeply, so soundly asleep. You think about how you look peaceful, resting, fast asleep there now. And you decide that you'd like to join that you in that sleep. And so you rest yourself down where that you is, almost like you're a body made of just energy and nothing physical or tangible, and that you can just place yourself down into that you lying there, knowing that you can sleep for as long as you need to sleep, for as long as you want to sleep, to awaken in your own time, at a time that you know you want to awaken at, feeling fully refreshed, revitalized, having found your way all the way back through the experience the way you came in, to this point by the stream. But for now, knowing that you can take all the time you want to relax in a healing, deeply healing, profound sleep. And just take a moment to get yourself comfortable and allow your eyes to close. And with your eyes closed, I'll tell you a story in the background. And I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster to the sound of my words or the spaces between my words. But as you begin to drift asleep, so I'll just tell this story. And it's a story about a person who lives in the woods in a cabin. And those woods, it's a vast pine wooded area, all snow covered, mountains in the distance. And just down from the cabin is a lake. And this person relaxes in that cabin, in the most comfortable chair, feeling the warmth of a roaring log fire, feeling that warmth on their cheeks. And as they relax in that chair, so they pick up a book off the table next to the chair, and they just start reading through that book, just slowly reading through the book. And although they're reading through the book, a part of them is almost like it's drifted elsewhere. And so they're reading through the book, but at the same time they're almost not reading through the book, almost unaware of what's going on page by page. And yet they feel themselves still reading, still turning those pages, still relaxing. And out the corner of their eye they can notice the way the log fire flickers and the way shadows dance on the walls. And they're sitting in this room with low lighting, making this room feel so cozy and comfortable. And they can look over at the window and notice the snow piled up against the window pane. And they can see the snow falling outside. And the way the light from the fire glows in the room as they continue reading that book, drifting and relaxing deeper into the moment. And every now and then they have this feeling like they're starting to nod off in the chair, almost like their head gets a bit heavier, their shoulders and neck relax, their arms relax, their breathing slows and calms. And then they bring their attention to the book again, only to find that happen again and again. And they realise after a while that, despite trying to read, they're not really taking it in right now. But watching those words as they scan the pages seems to just help them feel more tired and drift inside their mind. And so they close the book, put it on the table, and they walk over to the window. And they touch the glass with the palm of their hand. They can feel the coolness moving from outside to inside, feeling that coolness at their fingertips, their palms, moving into their hands, and noticing that as they move their hands, so they've left a slightly damp handprint on the window. And they sit back down in the chair. They have a nice warm drink as they feel more relaxed. They can hear the way the fire's crackling in the background. And they just enjoy being in the moment, knowing they're so warm and comfortable here, while outside is cold. Everything's covered with a layer of snow. And they feel themselves beginning to drift inside the mind. They feel their eyes getting heavier with each blink, until eventually their eyes blink and don't open again. They just continue to drift deeper inside and relax further. And as they drift inside their minds, so they can notice the way light's dancing outside their eyelids. They can hear what sounds like an owl hooting in a nearby tree. And with their eyes closed, they begin to focus their attention on that sound of the owl. Focusing on where in space that owl is. And as they focus on that owl, so they begin to have a sense of being that owl, seeing what that owl can see. Hearing the wind whistle past their ears, feeling the movement of the feathers as the wind blows through the tree. And as the owl, they gaze out over the vast white expanse, down towards the lake. And they can't see as far as the lake because of the snow, but they gaze in that direction. They notice some movement out there of other animals out here in this pine woodland. And as the wind dies down a little, so the snow begins to fall softly downwards. And as that snow falls softly downwards, so the owl decides to launch silently off that branch, stretch its wings, and glide down and swerve and swoop around, circling, exploring, listening. And as that owl circles so easily and effortlessly, and so quietly, so it can move its head and hear the footsteps of different animals, and it can see different animals. And the owl notices an unusual animal, an animal it's never seen before. It seems to be the wrong colour for being out here in the snow. And the owl circles around that animal, trying to figure out what it is. It's a small animal, and it looks cold. And the owl doesn't know what it is, doesn't realise that that animal is a gerbil. But it wants to help, and it swoops down, picks up that gerbil, and flies it up into its tree, placing it on a branch. And the gerbil appears scared and cold. And the owl explains that in this weather, at this time, it's here to help. It's wise, it often knows what to do. It's often called upon to help. And the gerbil, with a bit of a chatter, explains that they'd wandered off out of their home, decided to go exploring, and then got lost. And that for a while it wasn't too bad. They could find things to eat. They were able to explore. And they thought they'd eventually find their own way home. But then this snow came. And the snow seemed to come out of nowhere. And everything went white and cold. And they didn't know how to find their way back home. But with it being so cold, they panicked and just tried their best. And the owl asked them what their home is like. And they said that it was a warm place, with a crackling log fire. Some large animal walking around, not talking much, often lost in thought. And looking at different things and sitting in a chair. And the owl realised this animal must have come from the cabin in these woods. So the owl picked up that gerbil leapt off the branch, stretched its wings, and flew with such silence through the snowy sky. Until it could see the glow of orange-yellow light. And then the outline of the cabin. And the gerbil said, "That's my home. That's where I came from." And the owl took that gerbil up to the door, placed it on the snow, and the gerbil was so light it didn't sink into the snow, and the owl sunk a little bit into the snow. And then the owl fluttered against the door and knocked its beak on the door, until it could hear movement coming from inside the cabin. And then the owl turned and took off and flew out of sight. And the person in the cabin was in his reverie, still trying to pinpoint that owl, still focusing on trying to see what the owl sees. And this experience he's just had feels confusing. The experience feels confusing because he's sure he's just imagined himself as the owl, picking up a gerbil, talking to a gerbil, and flying his pet gerbil back to his cabin. And then at the point that he's imagined this happening, he hears what's in his mind's eye happening at his door. And he's unsure whether the sound he hears at his door is also in his mind. And so he opens his eyes, breaking his connection with the owl. And he still hears the noise at the door. So he gets out of the chair. He walks to the door, opens the door, feels that cold air as it rushes in, and sees his gerbil shivering in the snow. And he reaches down and he picks his gerbil up. And he'd wondered where the gerbil had gone. And he goes and stands near the fire, holding that cold gerbil, stroking the gerbil, holding it against him, letting his body warm that gerbil. And then sits down in the chair and just has it resting on his lap. As it rests there, relaxing, and he strokes that gerbil. And back outside, that owl flies back to its tree, and continues to just watch this evening unfold. And while the owl watches the evening unfold, so the snow begins to pass. And as the clouds clear, so the owl notices the sky, notices a blanket of twinkling stars, notices that now the clouds are clearing, that not only are there lights in the sky from an aurora, but there's also shooting stars heading in all directions. And the owl is sure that they hear those shooting stars fizzing as they travel across the sky. And some of those shooting stars are quite large and bright, but most are just like someone drawing a line in the sky that's being erased almost as far as it's drawn. Drawing that line in the sky, being erased almost as fast as it's being drawn. And the owl just watches and relaxes and admires the beauty of where they live. And while the owl relaxes in the tree, so elsewhere in the forest, elsewhere in these woods, another animal is out walking through the snow. And it's a thickly coated snow fox, pushing through the powdery snow, occasionally crunching through some slightly squished down top surface snow. It's almost like snow with a shell. And this snow fox isn't particularly bothered by this cold. It pushes through chin deep through this snow, occasionally finding bits to eat. And then it finds its way to a tree, and the tree has a hole in the bottom, and that snow fox decides to explore inside that tree. And as it enters that tree, so it's surprised to see another fox sleeping. A fox that's the most beautiful red colour. And that fox seems to be sleeping among leaves and other vegetation, making this quite a warm area to sleep. And that snow fox is curious about this red fox. The snow fox had never seen a fox of that colour, had only ever seen other white foxes. And it didn't know whether to wake that fox or not. And so for now it decided it would mark this tree, let the fox sleep, and then come back as the snow begins to clear. At the point where it would normally travel off elsewhere, it'll come back here to meet this fox. And the person in that cabin puts that gerbil back into its cage, decides it's going to have to be more careful this time, and hope that gerbil won't walk off and wander off and get lost again. The person didn't even want to think about how that gerbil came to arrive home back at the cabin. Didn't want to think about the fact that there could be talking animals out there, and that they could have had a connection with those animals. And they had to go out and gather some bits from down by the lake. And run a few errands. They wrapped up in a warm, thick jacket, thick trousers, and boots, and gloves. They left the cabin, crunched through the snow, walking round the side of the cabin. They got onto their snowmobile, and that snowmobile on, and rode it down towards the lake. And they pulled it up near the lake, grabbed some firewood from a shed near the lake, placed that firewood on the back of the snowmobile, before then setting off into the woods, following a track into the woods. And snow was spraying up behind the snowmobile, and they wished that the snowmobile was quieter, and they would have walked running these errands. But the snowmobile is so much easier than dragging firewood up to your cabin and running errands on foot in this weather. And as they travelled through the woods, so the full moon in the sky sent silver shards of light dancing through the trees on the path in front of them. And as they found a clearing, they came to a halt for a while to admire the view, that bright full moon in the sky. The way it illuminated the snow made the snow appear to sparkle like the surface of that snow is covered in millions of diamonds. And they looked around and they looked in the other direction. They could see the aurora in the sky, shooting stars, and all the normal stars up there twinkling. And they sat themselves down on the snow for a moment, and then lay back in the snow, just looking up, so warm in their coats, trousers, just gazing up at the sky. Noticing their breath rise from their mouth with each out-breath. They gaze up at that night sky. And while gazing up at the night sky, so they started thinking about these animals, thinking about how the owl and the gerbil seemed to talk to each other, thinking about whether that could be real and just coincidence that the gerbil was dropped off on the doorstep, or whether what they imagined actually happened. And they continued their journey back on that snowmobile, heading down to a small village not far from where they lived. And they followed this track through some clearing, through woodland, until it reached what could almost be described as a road. And they continued to follow this, and they could see the small village in the distance. And as they were heading down towards it, they imagined it would make a perfect Christmas card, taking a photo from here of that village, lights on in the village, the glow of the village. And they headed down into that village. And they pulled up their snowmobile near a village hall and went into that village hall where there are other villagers here, other locals from places near this village. And they're all here to put on a bit of a show. And this person's job was to play a xylophone as part of a musical act. And a part of his mind was still spent wondering about those animals, about his experiences from earlier in the evening. But he went and set himself up with a xylophone. He took off his outerwear, and different people had done different performances. And then it was his turn with a couple of others. And so he started playing out some music. Initially something really easy, almost like just doing chopsticks on that xylophone. Whenever he played the xylophone, and his reasons, the reasons for getting into playing the xylophone, is that they thought it sounded like children's cartoon interpretations of skeletons and their bones, and that had always made them laugh. And so they couldn't help themselves, they had to learn to play. And so they initially played a couple of very simple tunes, making sure the audience didn't have high expectations. And then started surprising the audience by transitioning into fast-paced rock and roll sounding tunes, like traditional 1950s rock and roll on a xylophone, and Johnny Be Good, Blue Suede Shoes. They knew this would stun the audience and hopefully entertain. They'd always work up a sweat to do this, but they'd worked hard to achieve this. And after they'd finished, the evening carried on. They mixed with others in the hall, chatted, laughed, socialised for a while. They felt uncomfortable with socialising, but felt that having an icebreaker, even something where people are laughing at something they've done intentionally, like at how surprised they are by that performance, would be an icebreaker that would help them have a conversation starter, something to talk about. And they enjoyed bonding with this one person there, talking with this one person, sharing experiences, especially on nights like this, where it's cold and the desire is just to say sitting in a chair in front of a roaring log fire, reading and then drifting asleep. Nights like this would encourage them to go out, to mix with others, and to encourage them to do things they ordinarily wouldn't, but know they would enjoy if they did. And after their evening of fun, so they went back, got on their snowmobile, and made the journey all the way back to their cabin. They carried in the wood, and they settled down in front of that fire. They had a warm drink before heading off to bed and falling comfortably asleep. And as they drifted comfortably asleep, so they processed the day, processed their experiences, what they learned from the day, and they processed all this in their dreams. And as they processed this in their dreams, they began to have a sense of walking through somewhere warm, almost the polar opposite of their real environment. They had a sense of climbing up a ladder and walking into the Sphinx's mouth in the middle of a desert. And inside this Sphinx, they saw a lion and a tiger, both of which were almost as big as this person was stood tall. And they were taken aback by this experience as the lion and tiger just sat down and then lied down and then both rolled on their sides and then on their back. And the person felt this sense of comfort around this lion and this tiger and couldn't explain why there was a lion and a tiger in the belly of the Sphinx, but walked up to the two of them, reached down and started stroking and scratching both their bellies at once. And was shocked by the bizarre purring sound of the lion and tiger. That it was deeper and nothing like the sound of a pet cat. And they could feel the warmth, and that these animals seemed to just want love and affection, and that they may appear scary, but actually, just because they're scary in one setting doesn't mean they're evil or bad. They have their nature, and their nature includes wanting affection, wanting love and connection. And when the person lifted their hands off the lion and the tiger, both of them almost instantly made a noise that sounded like a disapproving, low rumble. And they thought to themselves, just like when you scratch or stroke any animal, once you start, they just want you to keep going and get annoyed if you stop. So they sat down for a while on the floor with the cat, just stroking and rubbing the bellies of those cats, thinking this is the most unusual experience or dream. But they continued anyway, knowing this is teaching something. It's their mind's way of teaching them something. And eventually, the Sphinx began to disappear around them, and the cats beneath both their hands began to fade away, and the world began to extend out into the most beautiful, lush, green valley with a lake and a waterfall pouring down into that lake. And at the foot of the waterfall they could notice the way the sun was shining through the spray was creating a rainbow. And as they neared that waterfall, they could feel the spray reaching their face the coolness of that water. And they went and sat down near the waterfall, sat down near the lake, and started gazing at the rainbow hovering in the spray. And as they gazed at that rainbow, so the waterfall appeared to be falling upwards. Whenever they looked at it directly, they could see that it was falling down. But when they gazed at the rainbow and had their peripheral vision noticing the water seemed to be rising up, almost like time was in reverse. And they were highly curious about this. They didn't know if it was an optical illusion caused by the way they're viewing it out of the corner of their eye versus looking directly at it. And they picked up some sticks and they walked around near the waterfall, climbed their way up to the top of the waterfall. They walked some way along the river at the top of the waterfall. They then threw one stick in. They waited a minute and then threw the other stick in. And those sticks were far enough away that they were just moving very slowly in the direction of the waterfall. But they knew the closer the sticks get to the waterfall, the faster those sticks will move. And that gave them time to climb back down again. And they went and sat where they were before, and they watched the rainbow. And they watched as the first stick came over the waterfall, and they continued to watch the rainbow and watch the stick fall out the corner of their eye. And they wondered what would happen, because if everything's moving backwards as it seems, for real, that stick shouldn't fall over the waterfall. But if it's an optical illusion, somehow that stick will fall over the waterfall. And they saw that stick appear at the top of the waterfall. As it falls over the waterfall, and the water continued to appear to flow upwards as that stick fell downwards. And then they looked at the waterfall. As the second stick arrived, and the waterfall was flowing downwards while they looked directly at it. And just as they expected, that stick came over the waterfall, perfectly normal. And they thought to themselves, oh, that's okay. It was just a simple optical illusion. And as they thought that, so the colours from the rainbow fell out the water and started filling the lake and then flowing through the mist from the waterfall, flowing through the spray, and then spreading up the waterfall until the waterfall just looked like a solid rainbow with some translucency to it, pouring down and into a lake. And they knew this was no optical illusion. This was just odd. But they enjoyed watching as they saw those colours spread and start to make the whole meadow or the grassland appear vibrant and colourful. As colourful birds took off in the distance, and the sky started taking on multiple hues, and they drifted deeper and deeper asleep. And then they drifted into an even deeper sleep, drifting out of a dreaming sleep into their healing, recuperative sleep, going through the usual stages of nightly sleep, from dreaming sleep to deep healing sleep, and then some more dreaming sleep, more deep healing sleep through the night. And the next day they awoke, feeling so refreshed and so wonderful, and carried on their usual day after day as the season carried on. And as the season drew to a close, so the snow fox went back to that tree, waited at the tree for that red fox to awaken. When the red fox awakened, that snow fox was there to greet it, and the red fox was surprised, had never seen the white fox before. And the snow fox explained who they are, what things have been like while they've been asleep. And the red fox explained who they are and what things are like when that snow fox isn't around. And the two of them normally went about their lives, not really interacting with others, but found this unusual friendship. And worked out how they could look forward to seeing each other at certain times. And how, because they lead different lives, they have plenty to talk about and plenty to build friendships around. And as snow cleared, so the woodland came alive with other birds and animals. And colours came back to the woodland. The lake became the most beautiful blue. person enjoyed going out on the lake, relaxing in a boat, fishing on the lake, more for the relaxation than the fishing. And enjoyed reaching the end of a day, sitting in the cabin reading some book, playing with and petting his gerbil, and going to bed and comfortably relaxing asleep, enjoying different dreams and different experiences. Relaxing and drifting so deeply asleep. So allow yourself to get comfortable and take a moment to close your eyes. And as you begin to drift off asleep, I don't know whether you'll drift asleep faster with the sound of my voice or the spaces between my words. But as you drift asleep to this story, I'll just talk in the background. I'm just going to tell a story about a farmer. And this farmer goes out to work every morning, really early, just as the sun's rising, walking down a muddy path towards the farm, hearing the morning songbirds, feeling that crisp air against their face, breathing it in and out. Seeing the way the sun begins to rise over the hills in the distance, as the sky begins to lighten. And they walk down to their farm, and they have their routine, and they like to just follow their routine every day. Walking down to the farm, heading over to the pigs, and the farmer knows that you're always told not to give animals human traits, and yet the farmer's sure that these animals recognize him. And those pigs trot over as the farmer puts some feed in a trough, and he pats the pigs. He knows each one by name. And then he walks along to a field to feed the cows. And the cows do the same. They all come walking over to meet him at the side of the field. And he doesn't know whether they're doing that really just for the food, or because they recognize him and actually like his presence. He likes to think that it's that the animals like him. And he goes along to a field of chickens, and he walks into that field. Pouring chicken food, sprinkling it and spraying it around the field. And then he goes and he gets on a tractor, starts that tractor, puts on some noise-cancelling headphones, and starts slowly driving his tractor down a lane. And the farmer often thinks to himself that it's fortunate that he drives this tractor in such a deserted area, because the noise it makes is so loud. And yet, with his noise-cancelling headphones on, there's just the slightest hum. And he just gets to slowly enjoy the scenery, heading down the lane. Hedges either side, rolling fields, distant woodland. As that sky gets lighter, while the sun continues to rise. And the lane begins to curve up a hill. And he has to put his foot down a little bit more to keep the tractor moving. He makes it to the top of the hill, parks up the tractor, leaves the tractor, walks through a gate into a field on the top of this hill, and looks down at the valley below, seeing that morning mist hovering low in that valley. And as he watches that morning mist, so he can see the birds flying in the distance, and looking way off in the distance, he can see the sea just right over on the horizon. And the way the sun just shimmers very slightly on the top of that sea, way off in the distance. And the farmer walks over to a tree, rests his back against that tree as he sits down, gets out a lunchbox, a flask, pours himself a warm tea, holds that warm tea in his two hands, brings it up just under his nose, blows gently into that tea, feeling the warm steam rising up, the moisture around his chin, his cheeks, his nose, the smell of that tea, the warmth from the cup. He takes a sip, and then a deep relaxing breath, and enjoys taking a bit of a break from his hard work. And you can hear the birds in the tree above him singing and flying around, the slight rustling of the leaves in the breeze. And he can still feel that crispness of the air. And once he's finished his tea, so he shakes out the end of that cup, puts the cup back on top of the flask, and puts the flask away, and rests himself back against the tree, takes a moment to close his eyes, and just listen to the surroundings. Distant bird sounds, the rustling leaves, just enjoying being in the moment. As he allows himself to relax, to begin to relax his muscles, because his muscles often end up aching from the hard work. And while he begins to relax, so his mind starts to wander. And as his mind wanders, he begins to have a sense of himself relaxing in a spa. And the more absorbed in this reverie he becomes, the more he's sure he can feel that tickling feeling of air bubbles blasting against his legs and his lower back, and tickling just under his armpits, as if his arms are becoming weightless, like they're floating on the water, resting gently on the side of a spa. And as he continues to relax and drift into this reverie, so he begins to notice that distinct smell of the water, the feeling of that water against his skin, and the warmth of the water, almost like the water's giving him a comfortable, warm hug. And the sound of that water bubbling away. And then he begins to see this experience, noticing the colour of the water, and then realising that as he begins to see more of the experience, he notices most of it's white. And there seems to be snow for miles and miles in every direction. Just snow and mountains covered in snow. And snow falling with large snowflakes gently hovering down in a moonlit sky. And he can notice those snowflakes resting on his arms for a while before they melt with the warmth of the spa, and occasionally tickling his nose. And as he relaxes in that spa, so he rests back and rests his head back and gazes up to the sky. And as he gazes up to the sky, so he notices dancing light weaving very slowly and gently across the sky. And he finds himself almost mesmerized by the light as it dances in the sky with a cloud of stars behind. And after relaxing in this spa for a while, he feels this compulsion to go and explore. He wades through the water, waist deep in that water. Walks up some steps, the other side of the spa. And just in shorts, he walks out onto the snow. And he can feel an unusual, invigorating feeling of being so warm from the spa that there's a refreshingness to the coldness. And yet at the same time, he's aware that it's cold. And as he dries, so he puts on the fluffiest, most comfortable white dressing gown, wraps it tight around his waist, and feels so warm in that dressing gown. Slips on some thick fluffy boots, and starts walking through that snow. Walking through the snow towards something that seems to be sparkling in the distance. And he's curious what it is, and he can hear each footstep in the snow. That crunching, crackling sound of each footstep that he takes. With that light snow still occasionally tickling his nose. And after some time of walking through the snow, so he comes to a lake. And he notices this lake has a thin layer of ice over the surface. And he touches that thin layer of ice with one foot just on the edge, and hears that squeaking and cracking sound, and then that sudden giving way of the ice. as it cracks under that foot. And he walks a little bit around that lake, where just on the shore he sees a pedalo in the shape of a swan. And that pedalo has room for 2 people, but he feels that he's sure he can pedal it himself. And he pushes it down to the water as it cracks and pushes through the ice and starts bobbing on the surface of the lake. And he jumps in from the back of the swan, his bum fitting perfectly in the hard, scooped out shaped seat. And he pulls his dressing gown round him a little bit more, puts his feet on the pedals, and starts to pedal out into that lake. And he can see that flashing light, that thing that's glistening off in the distance. So he pedals across this lake towards that glistening light. And with each pedal that he takes, so that swan cracks its way through more and more of that ice, until eventually the farmer can notice that there's an island in the middle of this lake, and on that island the farmer can see a tree, and in that tree the farmer can see something flashing, glistening. And now that the farmer's closer, they can notice that it appears to be like a bright blue rather than a white as the farmer first thought it was. And that light is almost undulating and pulsing. And the farmer pedals that pedalo up onto that island, letting the front of that swan ride up onto the island a little bit, and then climbs out onto the island. Holding the swan's neck, he drags that pedalo up the island a little bit, away from the water, and starts walking over to that tree. And as he gets nearer to that tree, so he can hear a whirring, pulsing sound, almost like electricity passing through the tree. He notices that there's no snow falling on the island. There's almost like a ring of no weather, where the farmer can notice there's snow falling over the water around the whole island, and yet none of the snow is falling on the island, almost as if the island is protected, maybe by a dome or something. And the farmer walks to the tree, walks to that pulsing light in the tree, picks up a stick from the ground and reaches it towards the pulsing light. And nothing seems to happen, the stick just goes through it. So the farmer puts the stick down and reaches out with his arm, and it doesn't feel like anything, nothing seems to be happening. So the farmer starts walking forward. Until his arm, his front leg, and then the rest of his body follows, and his head, through that pulsing light. And he finds himself stood on a platform, looking down over a vast city. And there's rows of car-like things flying past, almost like traffic jams in the sky, just all moving at one speed, with everything moving with such precision that there's no way that there's anyone controlling any one of those cars independently. And tall buildings, and he notices that the clouds are below him, and that he's just seeing the tops of these buildings. And there's multiple levels of cars flying between the buildings, as if they're on highways, and above the cars are drones. Thousands and thousands of drones that seem to be flying on specific pathways, and at specific points they seem to spiral down from the height they're in and take on new paths at different heights. A little bit like the way that aeroplanes get into a formation around airports, to take it in turns to come into land, to make sure that nothing collides on landing and takeoff. And they notice that despite being so high up, there's no wind, and they're warm. And they realize that although they can't see it, there's some kind of a force field or protective barrier from this platform. And behind them they can notice that glowing, undulating, pulsing light, as if that's some kind of a wormhole or a portal from one place to another. And they notice that there's a whole series of them. And with curiosity, they want to explore. So they make sure that they know which one they came out of. They reach through the one they've just come out of. They feel for that stick. They pick up the stick and they pull the stick halfway through the portal, so that half of that stick is sticking into this futuristic world. And they don't know where this world is, whether it's the same place, just a different time, or a different place and time. And so they pick another path, pick another one of those portals. They walk through the portal. And they find themselves in an incredibly muddy location. and they realise they're dressed all in white. And now they're walking through thick, churned up mud. And they can see a village in the distance. And it just looks so old. And they walk down towards that village, noticing the way the roofs have been made with plants, with leaves. Noticing that all the houses are just made of wood. And everyone here seems to be dressed in leather and furs and very basic clothing. And they see some smoke coming from holes in the roofs of some of the houses. They see other people preparing food out by the street. And they see further down past the village appears to be a coastline. And they head down to that coastline. And they climb on a boat just to check it out and explore it. And they decide this may be the only time they'll have an experience like this. So they decide to unmoor that boat and just sail it around for a little bit, see what an old boat like this works like. They push off from the side. They let down some sails, which quickly catch the wind. And they head out a little way from shore, on the sea. And once the shore is over there, near the horizon, they let the sails up. And they just rock on the waves and just relax back, enjoying that sloshing of the water against the sides of the boat. And as the boat just rests there silently, so they begin to notice splashing sounds. And they sit up and they look over the side of the boat. They see 5 or 6 dolphins gently swimming in the water, and every now and then one of them will leap from the water and splash back down again. And then another will cross over it and then copy it. And they just seem to be having so much fun playing in the water. And the farmer just watches as those dolphins play and leap. And then in the distance, the farmer notices a humpback whale breach the surface, turn its back to the water, and splash down, almost as if to say, I can do that too. And after a while, the farmer decides it's time to sail back to shore. They put up the sails and start travelling back over to the shore, where they moor up again. Walk back through all that mud and back out through that portal, treading muddy footprints in their mud-soaked shoes, through the nicely polished floor the other side of that portal. And then they decide to pick another portal. And they walk through that portal, curious what'll be on the other side, hoping it's not going to be more mud. But as they head through the portal, so the first thing they notice as their first foot goes through is that it squelches down into thick mud again. And they walk through and they notice that they've just stepped out of a tree on the edge of a field. And that in this field are thousands and thousands of people, all partying, enjoying themselves. There's people sat in circles, getting stoned. There's people sat playing guitars, playing drums. Everyone in every direction just looks so happy. There's tents everywhere. And there's tents with music playing. And so the farmer goes to explore. And no one here seems to bat an eyelid at how the farmer's dressed. And the farmer realizes that there's a festival going on here. And there's definitely a 60s vibe to this festival, with the music, with the way everyone's dressed. And so the farmer explores this festival, joins in, has a bit of fun here. Before deciding they've got to head back through that portal again. And so they head back through that portal. They go back to that first portal. And as they pass through that first portal, back out on to that island, they see that on the island was a rowboat. They get on to that rowboat. They use one of the oars to push it a bit more into the water. And as they leave the island, so they enter the snow. And they row across the lake. And on the other side, they start walking back towards that spa. And as they walk, so they see two planks. On part of a fence. they take the belt off their dressing gown, and they wrap the planks together. They wrap them round their feet, almost like a snowboard, and keeping one foot free, they push themselves along, and then just snowboard down back to that spa, not knowing how to stop. So as they reach the spa, so the snowboarding themselves just fly straight in, splash down, soaking them and their dressing gown. And just as they splash into the water, so they wake up beneath that tree, as they feel some rain on their face. And they notice some grey clouds moving in, and decide they best get to their tractor and head back down to the fields as they start making their way home, back down to the farm, before then having to walk up the path back to the farmhouse, getting soaked on their journey up to the farmhouse. And once back at the farmhouse, so they start a fire, change into something more relaxing, make themselves a cup of tea, drink that tea sitting by the fire, crackling away. And then they start reading a book. And while they're reading, so they begin to drift comfortably asleep. And as they drift comfortably asleep, so that book just rests on their lap. And they drift and float into a pleasant, deep sleep.